Watching mine.
You're unmuted. See whose is faster.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to the August 26th Board of Commissioners meeting held in the Frank Walter House Boardroom. If we could get a roll call, please.
Davis,
Here.
Janat,
Here.
Markey,
Here.
Nye,
Here.
Roloffs.
Here.
Bowers is excused. Trigg.
Here.
If you'd stand for the invocation and pledge, and Bob, if you would, please.
Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity to serve citizens of Benzie County. I'd ask for your guidance with the decisions we made today. Please keep all of our public safety personnel safe and free from harm. I ask this in the name of your son. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasure.
All right, commissioners, you've had the agenda in advance of the meeting. I'd look for an approval unless there's any additions or anything you want to talk about on here.
Motion to approve as presented.
Bob?
Davis second.
Davis seconds. Questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. You again had the minutes of August. That can't be right.
26.
Oh, it should be August 12th.
Of August 12th in front of you. Wrong on the agenda, right in your packet. If there's no corrections or additions, I'd look for a motion, please.
I would like to offer one change under consider authorizing benefits renewal for employees. My comment at the end of that paragraph, Commissioner would like to revisit HSA payments twice a year versus the 4 times a year payment. I think we need to add at the end of the first year. I think that makes it more clear.
Appreciate you making that change. I was wondering about that.
Okay.
Any other changes or corrections? Hearing none, would you like to make a motion for the amended minutes?
I'll make that motion for the approval as amended.
Okay, that's Rhonda. Any Markey will support? Okay. If there's no other additional comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We'd open it up to our first public comment.
My name is Annie Browning and I live at 30 Grove Place in the city of Frankfurt. I'm up here talking today because I talked to you in 2021, I believe, about a domestic violence occurrence that I was in where the person put his knee on my neck a couple of times. And anyway, the police handled it and he did time. However, I found out recently from his next victim, you're not supposed to say victim, survivor. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but the case is going on right now. And I learned about this at the recent Quarterly Domestic Violence Task Force meeting. I want to thank Bob Roloffs for going to those meetings. I really feel personally supported because the county commissioner sends somebody there. So that's the value, part of the value of this. But what I was saying is that he is out and he has done it again. It was 2018 when he did it to me and 2025. So every 7 years. So anyway, he took a plea deal and he's gonna be, I'm worried he's gonna get another slap on the wrist. So he's in front of Judge Meade shortly. He's undergoing a some sort of assessment, mental health assessment. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm really concerned because he should not be out in this community. He's really dangerous and I'm just worried that it's gonna happen again and again. So that's what I say for my public comment today. Thank you.
Good luck with that, Annie. Eric?
Eric Van Duzen, Benzonia. So a few months ago, I came to you discussing, I believe you were going to get an attorney opinion on this issue. It's on the agenda for Gregory Johnson arbitration, but back in April, there was a motion made to authorize, to designate the county administrator to act on its behalf, the Board of Commissioners' behalf, here and respond to the step 3 grievance of the POAM grievance involving corrections deputy Gregory Johnson, grievance number 25-68. And the issue was whether or not when you designate, and I would say that's synonymous with delegation of your authority, because it's really your authority that you're delegating to county administrator to act on your behalf. And when that occurs, in Pine Brook Warren versus City of Warren, it's a Michigan Supreme Court opinion issued July 31st, 2024. They held that, quote, if a public body delegates its authority to any other entity, regardless of its size, that entity or person is still effectively a public body, even though an individual person does not generally fit the statutory definition of a public body. And a Court of Appeals opinion, Armstrong versus Ottawa Board of Commissioners, as issued in January of 2024, they also held that, quote, when a public body that itself is subject to the OMA delegates to a person or body its authority to act, the person or body so delegated also may be a public body for purposes of the OMA. Now, today you're at the stage where whatever decision the administrator made after that April delegation was essentially appealed and is now in arbitration where you're going into closed session. And I'm just wondering, I've been coming to these meetings regularly, and since I brought this up months ago, is my understanding you were going to get an attorney opinion on whether or not the county administrator has to comply with the OMA when she's doing that step 3 process for you and actually post notices that she's holding the meeting. And this is weird, very weird. It defies logic, but this is what the courts are telling our state, which is if you're delegating to even a person to do your job, that they're a public body, and should you be posting notices and actually holding a public meeting and deliberating in public with herself about the decisions she's going to issue on your behalf. That is now in arbitration. So I'm just wondering what the status of that attorney opinion is, if anything come of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your follow-up. Anybody else? Mary?
Good morning, Mary Pitcher, Lake Township Supervisor. I just want to thank you for calling the Drain Commissioner in today. I don't actually know if he's here or not. On June 21st, we had a storm with wind gusts up to 35 miles per hour. That's not that uncommon anymore to have that high winds. The difference on June 21st is that the water table of Crystal Lake was far too high. Lake Township property owners had significant property damage, totaling over hundreds of thousands of dollars, docks completely destroyed, erosion. There was a Carol Bar's dock steps were literally washed into Crystal Drive driving down the road. Unfortunately, I didn't have my phone with me to take a picture, but the dock steps had been washed over the rocks onto the roadway. And it's unacceptable, and I thank you for doing anything that you're able to do.
Thank you, Mary. Any other comments from the public? If not, we'll close public input and open the public hearing. Katie, help me. What's the language to do that, please?
Sure. So what's in front of you today is to hold a public hearing regarding the county's fiscal year 25-26 budget. We do not anticipate any action today. Today is simply a public hearing for the public to give feedback on the upcoming budget that is considered for adoption on September 9th, with a fallback date of later in September if we're unable to approve it September 9th. So simply this morning, we are opening the public hearing so that the community can give feedback on the budget documents.
So this is your opportunity to share with us your thoughts on the pending budget for fiscal year 25-26. There has been a copy or more located at the treasurer and clerk.
There's a copy on the clerk's counter. It's also on our website, as well as various other copies have been provided as requested.
I'd invite you to make comments now if you'd like. If not, we'll close the public hearing. We need a motion to close. Elected officials and department heads. Mike Phoebing was given the opportunity to join us at the head of this meeting. Mike is our drain commissioner. I will allow him to speak once he arrives, but would you have somebody check the hallway or 206 to make sure that he's not somewhere else?
Leslie will do that.
If not, while we're waiting, is any other elected officials, department heads? Tom?
Good morning, Tom King, Director for Benzie EMS. I didn't have anything to put on the agenda, but got a little update on the progress of the new Station 3 building project that's getting ready to begin. It was TMF Construction. Travis is going to be working on that. I met with him last week, and he was waiting for a signed copy from the architecture that ended up being required so before they could begin. But they are this week going to be working on breaking ground, moving some trees that are on the edge of the area where we need to build, and then doing a little bit of excavating to get started. And then as soon as they have those official signed architectural copies back and submitted, then they will begin official construction. So he believes he's still able to make the January 1st deadline. So that's all I got. I just thought I'd bring that to your attention, just to keep you updated.
Let's open it up to questions if any of the commissioners have it. Do appreciate the update. I'm glad to hear that we're still on schedule for the construction. And let's hold their feet to the fire on that, okay?
Will do. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Any? You?
Yeah.
Here, Tammy.
Okay. I just wanted to let you guys know that I had went to the clerks conference last week. Very informative. One thing they did say is that this was from the Bureau of Elections. Early voting wages, the $15 they were paying last year when we had the reimbursement, will continue indefinitely. And the local clerks will be able to apply for that themselves when they're holding the early voting. They will not have to go through the county to do that. Another thing with the new equipment, at first when they told us that we were going to have to get new equipment at the end of the 10 years, that there would be no funding out there. We now have been informed that they are working on reimbursement for that also. So I just wanted to pass that along.
Questions or comments, Tammy? So that. One of you had questions?
No,
I thought you did.
no, I'm gonna speak next.
Okay. Okay.
Gotcha.
So Tammy, let me understand that
Uh-huh.
better. So they've said there, up until this moment, we were told there was no funding available.
Correct, for early voting wages or for equipment.
And now what I'm hearing you say is there may be some funding for that.
For the equipment, they're looking at it, there may be, but for early voting, they will definitely reimburse the $15 an hour to the locals.
And that'll be effective at the next election,
Yeah, when,
qualifying election.
even if somebody, you can do early voting in the odd years, but you don't have to. It's just required for state and federal elections. But if you, some of the clerks are doing it even this year when it's not a state or federal election, and they'll reimburse for that also.
Very good. Any other department heads or elected officials I'd like to speak?
Hi, I'm Kelly Ottinger from Benzie Senior Resources. I'm stepping in for Bridget this morning. And we just wanted to share something we're really proud of that we got this past week, and I'll pass it down the table. We were the first recipient of Michigan Public Transit Association's inaugural Friend of Michigan Transit Award, and we had been nominated by Benzie Bus. One thing,
we partner with Benzie Bus. That's our transportation part of the program that we serve seniors with. So they can age in place and get to healthcare and stay connected in their communities. And that is the reason that they nominated us for this award. And I just wanted to share that as an example, in July, we partner with them for something called Health Rides. And so people can take the Benzie Bus to go to physician appointments, dentists, eye doctors, get their hearing aids, go to pharmacies. We underwrote 41 of those visits that had to go out of county and 208 in county, and that's just in 1 month. So it gives you an idea of what Benzie Bus does for people, because we're only talking about older adults 60 and above in Benzie County. So the number of health rides they do is probably amazing, but we were really honored by the award and proud of what you help us do on behalf of seniors here in Benzie County. So thank you.
So this is your award, is that right?
It is, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pass it around and then we'll
Sure.
get it back to you. Okay?
Sure. Uh-huh.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
We appreciate what the agency does. Come on up, Sheriff.
Real quick, thank you for having me. Kyle Rosa, Benzie County Sheriff. Winding down a very busy summer. My deputies and our staff have been very busy with lots of events and lots of things going on. Handling it very well though. We got awesome people up there. Having said that, we are looking for, as of late, looking for 2 corrections officers. So anybody listening, anybody know anyone, good candidates? We're looking for 2 outstanding individuals to replace the outstanding folks that are leaving. So that's what I've got. Good morning. Thank you.
Morning. Any questions for the sheriff while he's here? Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
Commissioner Feebing, would you like to join us at the podium, please? Appreciate you being here. For the record, if you would identify yourself and your position.
Mike Feebing, Benzie County Drain Commissioner.
Okay, great. Appreciate you being here. I am going to be opening this up to the other commissioners, but I had 3 questions for you
Okay.
to kind of kick it off, if we could, please. Some of us, we have some new board members also. So
Okay.
I thought this would be a great opportunity for you to describe for us your job duties and responsibilities.
The duties that are allowed by me by the board and the state of Michigan currently at this time are 4 items. Lake water levels, the dam reports, the 3-year dam reports that need to be done. It's to coordinate the inspections, operate and maintain lake levels, conduct annual maintenance, coordinate that. And I also do public assessment hearings. If we were to go out and create a assessment district for to replace the dam around Crystal Lake or Platte, we could go out and it would have to be petitioned by the people around the lake or who's ever involved included in that assessment district. It's a bit of a complicated series of meetings and such. And I'm kind of the liaison between the citizens and the board.
And if I understand right, the drain commissioner's role can be different from community to community, depending on whether you have a drain district even or not.
Correct. Benzie doesn't have any county drains to speak of. What those are, they are really quite popular more downstate. For the best part, if you drew a line basically south of M20, most of that country is tiled and there's a series of drainage ditches and such that will go into rivers and streams. and work that way. That's a very, basically the drain commissioner in the state of Michigan is really divided into two areas, south of M20 and basically everything north of that. And it's really two different descriptions of jobs, but they do, the downstate drain commissioners do what I've mentioned to you today. On that, they're responsible for that also. Some people think that, also that I am in control of soil erosion permits and building permits on that end. I have nothing to do with that. That has been, that's the responsibility of the building department and such, and I have no jurisdiction over that. So like with Dollar General and that, and honor, nothing. So.
You're not claiming anything on that. Just to kind of piggyback that first question, I know that this is a new function for you. Can you describe to us how the transition was when you were elected?
It
And
went,
and if any education was provided?
I did attend a conference, provided by, I can't remember the acronym that they work under, but it's a group of, drain commissioners, engineers, attorneys, anybody involved with the drain system in the state of Michigan. They have put together a trade group that trains incoming drain commissioners and I could even take you people over there and you could get an education from them also on what exactly the drain commissioner does, depending on the location, your county. On that. The transition part, it's been a little bit of seat of your pants. Some of it is common sense. I got a fair amount of information passed on from Ed. I'm finding out more and more that the records here in Benzie County are very lacking and primarily scattered between some that the clerk has, like in court orders and such, and the road commission. If you were to ask me where the plans for the spillway at Crystal Lake are, I couldn't tell you. My best guess would be the road commission on that. There's on the lake levels that they've measured over the years, the best I can do is what I find in the commissioner's packets that have been included and what Tammy has given me ever since I was elected and such. So I have very limited data with lake levels to make any determinations. I've been going out, I've been speaking to, and what I've been able to observe, I have limited amounts of information in order to do the job. And as such.
Can you describe the projects that you either intend to work on or currently have in the pipe?
Crystal Lake is the main emphasis right now. We are in the process of replacing the signs down there. There's two sets of signs, one for basically an identifier for your vandalism and stuff on the dam if you decide to take pieces and parts or paint graffiti or whatever. It would be something similar to what Parks and Rec is doing for an ordinance in the parks right now. There are some keep off the dam signs there. These signs that I've mentioned for the moment are faded and they needed to be replaced. I've also added 3 more signs to the location. When I went down there on the 4th of July, I was really amazed at how busy it was and people in the water. And we had opened the spillway on one of the spillways before the 4th, and we had people on both sides of spillways and stuff. And from my past experience with what happened in Traverse City years ago, Union Street Dam, with some people almost getting drawn into the dam And from my personal experience in kayaking on the Manistee, Little Hoden Pile, currents are not very forgiving. And so we have created a new sign, swimming and wading, not recommended. And those signs will be picked up tomorrow and arrangements will be made to put them in place. A little late in the season, but there's some hiccups with the sign maker to get that done a little bit earlier. From the dam reports that I have received, we have two things that need to be looked at and done really right away, so to speak, between now and the next inspection period. I'm looking into replacing the large planks, all 5 of them down at Crystal. One of them has been rated as poor, and the rest have been rated as fair. So I think we'll go through and replace all 5 of them down there. That's going to be something done probably this fall. If that's can all be coordinated and arranged right. I am also going to look at getting some boards for Platte Lake and that spillway there. I've talked to Craig about it. He's lost a couple boards over the years. I've visited the place on several occasions since springtime, and I looked down at that board and there's some pretty good bows in that board when that water goes through there. So I'm kind of fearful of one of these days we find that board snapping somewhere down the river. The other item for Crystal is the east side of the spillway. It needs some attention. The constant break of the wind and waves and stuff has taken away a lot of the protection that's been there. And we're looking at doing something, replacing a riprap there or something. That's very preliminary, but it's something I'd like to get done before the next inspection period there.
You commented on Craig. Why don't you explain to the group who Craig is?
Craig is the deputy drain. I think we put him as deputy drain assistant or commissioner. I'm not quite sure what his title is. His responsibilities are to take the measurements of Platte and Crystal Lakes. He does that once a week. Platte Lake is measured every week and he can record a measurement. Crystal is a little bit different from where he takes the measurement. It is prone to some windy weather and stuff, and he can exactly every week get a measurement on the lake there. And like with last week, he was unable to because of rough water. And that's noted in the reports that he turns in.
And if I understand it correctly, he can identify a need, but he can't execute it without your permission.
Correct.
Okay. Right.
I rely on him a lot because of his knowledge of doing the job as long as he has. And so I kind of lean on him for advice on whether or not we'll talk about it and whether we should do this or do that.
Okay. And you've mentioned more than one time about the lake levels for Little Platte Lake, Crystal Lake.
Yep.
You know, communication is absolutely key.
Yep.
We've had some bumps in the road since January regarding communication.
Yep.
I don't think I need to go into detail with you that here at this point.
Yep.
But can you share with us how did that occur and what have you done to correct that?
The correction part, I'll run this backwards. There was a little bit of a lack of communication between myself and Craig, especially in the month of June. When I was made aware of the lake levels and how far they had gone up there, I had contacted him and took the initiative that I need to contact him every week after he takes the measurements to see what he has for a measurement. And between me and him, we make a decision on whether or not we're gonna shut spillways down, leave one open a second one. and that's what's been happening since then on that. So I'm keeping a closer eye on him in the sense of every week there's a phone call to Craig and where are the water levels at and what can we do? So to speak on that. I would like to say one thing about the spillways and this has nothing to do with the spillways themselves or such, but there is a bit of a limiting factor at 115 with the bridge there. It has been known to plug up with sand and such. So we kind of have to be a little bit careful on how much water we throw down through there this time of year. When we initially opened the spillways back up at the end of June, there was quite a large sandbar on the south side of that bridge. And when we decided to open up the second spillway, he opened it up a little bit so we wouldn't really flood things out until that sandbar had been washed out. And then the second spillway was opened up on that. So there's just little nuances that I have learned along the way on this to do a better job.
Well, let's, again, to the first part of my question.
Okay, yeah, let's back up on that. The part with the phone numbers, the initial phone number and plan was to keep the numbers that was provided on my form when I handed in my election papers. That telephone number and phone, we were unable to retrieve voicemails from. So once we found that out, I had notified Tammy that we had a problem and I gave her my personal cell number for that. That was early May, I believe. From my previous employment here, Dawn Olney was the one I believe that handled the website at that time. And I just assumed that Tammy still had those duties. I found out from Tammy later on that Katie does that. And when the stuff went down towards the latter part of June, that's when the phone number was changed to my personal cell.
So is the number correct now?
Yes.
And how about the email?
The email is correct. I've got some problems on sending emails out and such and some printer problems. I don't have a printer and it's not wired into a printer that I have at home on that part. So there's some bugs we got to work out there yet.
Some members of the community that may want to stay in touch with you have a real vested interest in these water levels, et cetera, as well as the property owners around the lake. You're well aware of the fact that myself and some other commissioners were getting phone calls.
Yep.
I will acknowledge that I have not had this same number of phone calls, certainly, since you apparently have put a new process in place.
Right.
For the benefit of people in the audience that may be interested in this subject today, can you share with us your new phone number, please?
Yeah, area code 231-218-1433.
And is there I know that you have full-time employment, right? Is there a better time of the day or week for people to try to reach out to you?
I will not return calls basically between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. That's when I sleep.
Okay.
After that, I could call you back at 3 a.m. if you'd like me to.
I'll leave that up to the caller.
So, yeah, that's it. That's,
Yeah. I don't think I need to give much emphasis on an elected official needs to be available to their constituents. You serve the entire county.
Yep.
And when they call a commissioner, I know nothing about your job. And it's frustrating for us. It's frustrating for them when we can't give them the answers they're looking for. I appreciate you answering those questions. I'd like to open it up to the commissioners. If you have any questions or comments.
I
have a question.
Sure.
So what is kind of your support structure or maybe your, organizational structure, if you will?
It's basically myself and Craig.
Okay.
Craig and I talk about the measurements and stuff. Craig is actually hired by the board. And he is my responsibility on his duties and such. On that part, my support, is nil. I should have an office. There should be the law, on the wetlands or on the, drain code. Within the first page says county drain commissioner should have an office with his name, with drain commissioner on the door. I personally feel that this with the telephone and the telephone number, I think that it's been passed down where private numbers have been used with every commissioner that we've had since this office was created. I think we've grown to a point where there should probably be a telephone anchored somewhere with a recorded message or something that says, or be able to answer it if somebody's present in the office, very rarely, which would happen, but at least forward the phone call to myself and such. Records are a big thing, and I think they need to be centralized in one spot. I think the office would be a great place for that. I don't know what's out there for records. For all I know, we could have a drain in here that was established in 1920 and nobody knows about it. I don't know. It could be in some deep, dark, dusty corner at the road commission. There's a lot of holes that we need to try to fill especially on the records.
Christie, any other things?
So you made mention that between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. you're sleeping?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're having a hard time too, probably, yes, with that time frame, because probably folks are calling you during those time periods.
Actually, with the phone calls that I've received, it hasn't been much of an issue. They're really pretty good. I think I've had one call me during that time frame. Since we've changed the number, have corrected the number, and it was on a Monday morning and I was up and knocked her out. So, but usually people will call later in the day and such. That early part in the morning, not so much.
Good morning, Mr. Feebing.
All
Thank
right.
you for being here. I wanted to thank you for your phone number. I think it's important that we get that out to folks. I want to confirm that your email is mfeebing@benzieco.gov.
Yeah.
Is it in conformity with, okay. Yeah, the reason I was in support of asking you to be here today, and thank you for doing that, was I had received a handful of people reaching out saying that they couldn't reach you.
Yeah.
So I just want you to have this opportunity. Are you making a commitment today to respond to 100% of the people that reach out to you? I want to give you that opportunity to
I have been.
you've claimed that, your voicemails were inaccessible for a period, and I appreciate that, but
Right.
moving forward from
Moving
today.
forward, basically, since the stuff that happened late June, I'm pretty much been on top of it. More on the phone calls than the emails. The emails kind of lag. The phone calls, they're right there. Emails, I don't go in to check every day.
But you do respond eventually. Okay,
Yes.
okay. And I think it would be fair to review the fact that we have had a couple people come in. One woman, a resident, came in. She was quite emotional. She had had an experience, deep concerns about her property, about her deck. We've heard a concern today. Do you want to speak to those? That this is your opportunity to respond to the concerns, and I want you to have that.
I have what information that's been made available to me. The one had called me and I told her that I would get her the measurements for the water. It took me a couple days to find them because this was at the time where Craig and I weren't communicating weekly. I eventually found them in the commissioner's packet for the first meeting you had in July and such. I wanted to, and I'm still really investigating what I could give her the numbers, but I want to give her a better answer than just the numbers. Okay, and I've had some suspicions that over the years, it's been kind of a thing where they have a little bit of a bias on the lake levels earlier in the year and as the water goes down throughout, it will help maintain that lake level to that legal limit. And I'm just, this is my opinion. I can't sit here with God's honest truth and say this happens every year or anything like that. I haven't seen the numbers for every year to do that and say this, but I get this information, the little bit that I have from the reports and from speaking to some people on the Crystal Lake Association.
So as far as the numbers go, and I don't know anything about what you do, so you have to educate me here. Are you simply reactive to the numbers? Are you proactive? Do you see based on these numbers that we're likely to get a strong rain and levels are likely to rise, so I have to pull some boards?
We've been a bit, it depends on the lake. Crystal Lake is a very slow draining lake. And because of the size, one of the things that I want to know is what are the flow rates of those spillways that I've been unable to get that information. So I can sit here and possibly be able to do those proactive adjustments in the future. Platte Lake is a different situation. That they can drain that lake. He can have that in place at lake level within a day or two on that, and it would be where it has to be. So there's a little bit of, there's difference between the two lakes. Like I said, I don't have flow data that what goes through those spillways to accurately say that I can go. Right now, we are more reactive than proactive. But I would like to be able to swing that a little bit more towards proactive side than reactive.
And if I may, one more question. You mentioned at the beginning that you had spoken with Ed Hoopterp, who held your role prior to you being elected. Is it possible? Do you have a working relationship with him? Because these situations weren't occurring. And so it appears as though he had maybe information that you didn't have, or just conditions that you didn't experience. I'm kind of.
In reference to the storm of June to 21st, that's kind of from what I've understand and been talking to people about, that's kind of like a once in 100-year storm. Okay. We've had instances like when I spoke with the Crystal Lake Association, we're more apt to have ice blow up off the road onto the road from the lake than we are another rainstorm like that one on the 21st of June. That storm is an exception to the rule. I do know that from speaking with the association that one year they had the lake level 11 inches above and worked it down from there. So weather is a big input on it, on what we do and stuff. And that's been addressed. It's not going to exceed that high level figure that we had there at the end of June. That's not happening again.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here today.
Yep.
Any comments or questions? Same for me.
I guess my only thing is with Crystal Lake, is there anything that can be done to upgrade that spillway to where it would be better to handle that size lake, or?
It's funny you mentioned that. I have seen some stuff, especially that what Ed handed off to me, that in the future, we're going to need to replace that spillway. And I didn't mention it, and I basically forgot about it when you asked what are some of my programs to do there. I want to investigate. I need to talk to legal about possibly creating an assessment district to handle that. Basically, the assessment district, I think what we'll end up doing is trying to capitalize the project with that. And we'll have to figure out maintenance on that at a later date if we can do that. But what I would, and it's been recommended in the training and stuff, I would like to get the assessment district established first. And then it's all in place, and then we can go ahead and move forward with that project. But that's a ways down the road on that. Right now, like I mentioned, the entrance with the riprap and replacing the large planks down there, that needs to be done. And that can buy us some time also there. In the dam inspection from the 2 years, they had mentioned cracks in the spillway. And with the latest inspection, there was no noticeable change in that. So for the moment, we're in decent shape. That's my opinion.
Just a couple of follow-ups, if I could. First, when you were talking about office space, I'm not sure how practical that is just because of your own work schedule, but this is not the first instance that I've heard about documents being in different locations. I know that we ran into that when what I'll call the chief volunteer for Betsy Valley Trail passed away, and the documents were kind of anywhere.
Yeah.
So maybe in the future, you might want to work with administration to see if there's some opportunity to centralize that. With respect to how people reach you, technology allows us to be anywhere.
Oh, yes.
And working through Katie and IT, maybe there's a way that they could set up your emails or your phone system so that you get it more quickly. You're a truck driver, is that right?
Yeah.
So you can't really pick up the phone while you're in the truck. You
That's
can't
what
do
we
that.
have a headset for.
Okay, so you can take phone calls while you're on the road.
Yes.
But in any case, let's leverage technology as well as we can.
Yep.
And I'm not going to try to guess on what that is, Katie. I'll let you guys work together on
I'm
that.
just of the mindset right now, probably the best way to reach me would be text, voicemail would be probably about on the same level, and email would be the least effective
Okay,
on that.
all right. And again, just for the benefit of the public, we've mentioned Craig Dixon a couple of times. Can you very briefly describe that relationship between the county and Craig? I know it reports to the commissioner, but the contract, as you alluded to, is with the commissioners.
Yes, so the county Board of Commissioners adopted a contract between Craig Dixon as the Deputy Drain Commissioner, and that is for specific duties to be the Deputy Drain Commissioner. So you hold that contract with Craig Dixon. We just did it last fall, I believe, and it's a 3-year contract. And so we'll look at that again before it expires.
Anything else you'd like to add to your comments?
No, I think we're good for the moment. If there's any other questions from anybody.
I'd invite the public. You have his phone number if you'd like to talk directly to him after the meeting. Are you going to be around for a little bit, or are you out of here?
I would like to be out of here.
Okay, well, if someone would like to speak to you, could stay.
If somebody wants to catch me outside or something, yeah, I'll deal with that.
Okay,
That's
very
not a
good.
problem there.
Thanks for being here today.
You're welcome.
Right.
So I just want to make a quick reminder to the commissioners to make sure you're speaking into the mics. I did get a message that said, hey, I can't hear people very well. So just a quick reminder.
Appreciate it. Any other department heads or elected officials that would like to speak?
So I was just going to quickly announce that we do have a new deputy county administrator. All of you around the Horseshoe have met her. Leslie Bilby is our new deputy administrator. And so I just wanted to introduce her to the public. And for those who have not met her yet, this is day 7 in my office. We're really excited to have her, and she's really hit the ground running.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. As Katie said, I'm Leslie Bilby. It's wonderful to be here at my first commissioners meeting as the Deputy Administrator for Benzie County. I do have a report. The first week was amazing. Staff here is very dedicated, very passionate, very hardworking. I'm very impressed with everybody I've met here, including all the commissioners. That's my report.
Leslie? Why don't you just take a minute or two and share with us your background?
Sure. I've worked in the planning and zoning department for the city of Traverse City. I'm a certified paralegal and I'm also a business owner. So
Very good.
Yeah.
All right, we're glad to have you.
thank you. Good to be here.
Any other public officials or department heads? Then we've got a few minutes before our closed session. Why don't we move into finance? You have the check register in front of you?
Good
Who
morning,
did it?
Kelly Long, County Treasurer. Finance. August 8th through August 22nd of 2025, we have $384,794.36.
I look for a motion to approve the bills.
I'll make the motion that we pay the bills in the amount of $384,794.36. Davis
Yeah.
will second.
9 seconds.
Very good. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey.
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
Kelly, you have any report
I
for us?
do. A quick update in the treasurer's office. Obviously, the last couple months we've slowed down a little bit, but September is coming, September 15th. For those of you that need a reminder, your summer taxes are due and your village taxes if you live in the village. Please contact your township or village for that. And then shortly after that, we'll be settling with the villages. September, obviously, next month, we got end of year fiscal coming up. We'll be working on budgeting the current year with the administrator's office and a few other details we have to work out. I am short-staffed at the moment. My girl should be back later this week. She was out on medical leave, but it's a good time of year for her to be gone. And then, of course, we should see auditors sometime in October. So that's what's going on in my office.
Any
Any
questions
questions?
for Kelly?
It's the same auditing firm we've been using for some time.
Yes. I believe this is our last year with them, and then we have to do our RFPs.
Thank you.
And typically, is it a 3-year or 5-year agreement?
I think this time it was 4. We did 4 or was it 5? I think it was 4. Is it? Okay.
And because the question was asked, I know we're using the same auditing firm, but do they bring in different personnel from time to time? So there's a fresh set of eyes that are looking at?
They do. Dane is our head guy that comes in every year, but normally he will have different staff underneath him. I think we've had one guy twice in a row, but otherwise it rotates.
Okay.
And they're great. They answer all my questions. They're really good about getting back with me timely, and I enjoy working with them.
Any other comments or questions for Kelly? If not, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we're right on top of our 10 o'clock commitment. What I'd like to do is get a motion to move into closed session. Use of that extra couple minutes to use the restroom if you need to. And let's meet in the room at 10 o'clock. But could I get a motion to go into closed session, please?
Now moves that the Board of Commissioners enter into closed session to consider a written communication from legal counsel as authorized by MCL 15.268. Is that L or 1? 1H, and that the county administrator, deputy administrator, and sheriff's designee comes into closed session.
I'll second.
Dave supports. Questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis.
Yes.
Jeanette,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. Feel free to use the facilities and then we'll regroup in the room back there. Katie, for the benefit of the public, how long do you think we'll be in closed session?
30-ish minutes, probably.
About 30 minutes or so.
You're unmuted.
We're back in open session.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners authorizes Chair Janat and Vice Chair Nye, the administrator and the sheriff or their designee to attend a POAM correction arbitration to represent the county in the matter regarding Gregory Johnson.
Can I get support?
Mark, you'll support.
All right. I will need a roll call on that, please.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. I believe that we covered everything we needed to under finance. Is Tim with us remotely?
Let me see if he's still on.
Or did we lose him?
Nope, he's still on, so I will allow him to talk if we're ready.
You want to introduce the subject for us,
I
Katie?
will. So we're going to have a short presentation here from Tim Malone. Tim Malone, as you know, is with Cherry Capital Communications. He's going to give you a brief overview as to kind of where things are at right now in the space of broadband. And then in about a month, he's going to come and give a more in-depth presentation for the board and the public at that time. But Tim, you should have the ability to speak now.
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. Sorry I couldn't make it today. The new what they call BOB or Bob program is moving at a fast pace, and I needed to be here for a noon delivery for a signature. Anyway, Benzie County, from an Internet for All, is in really good shape. There were 1,019 locations within Benzie County that were eligible for funding, and it just from what we can tell, based on the data, that less than 40 households remain unfunded in the program at this point. So they're going through, the state is going through multiple iterations trying to get a provider to accept all locations within Benzie County. So I think your efforts that you started many years ago is producing fruit. I know we're involved. I can't say how many we've won. They don't want that to go public until November after the NTIA. The winning awardees, we don't even know who we're bidding against, so can't give you specifics there. Those 40 homes appear to be in 4 different townships, so the townships are being well served by this program and the previous efforts that we've been under. Statewide, there was 96,000 homes not bid on, which if you're interested in statewide. For the last 28 days, we've done multiple iterations with the state. Generally, we have 24 hours to make a business decision. We think that's going to be over by the end of the week because everything has to be submitted to the NTIA by September 4th. Let me see, what else do I have here? Oh, the school system won an E-rate, and they're building fiber from Benzonia to a school in Weldon Township. So another fiber path or option for others that they might be able to take advantage in the future. Other than that, it seems to be all the same players doing fiber, Spectrum, Centec, and Cherry Capital involved. Is there any questions you might have for the process?
Christy?
Yes. Hi, Tim. This is Chris Trigg. Just for my clarification, when you say there are 1,019 location eligible and less than 40 unfunded, you're referring to fiber being laid or fiber being connected?
So all these programs are to have fiber in front of the home that can connect to the fiber within 10 business days at no cost to the consumer, from an installation standpoint. So when we're saying there's 40 that have not been funded, that means no provider has indicated that they're willing to invest to get to those 40 homes. Everybody else is either covered by Robin, ARPA, or private investment.
Okay, so just to clarify, you're saying that means both. Funded means that fiber is going to be laid and connected or
Yeah, if the consumer wishes to connect, yes.
okay.
We can't force it upon them, but yes.
Sure. I just wanted that clarification piece. Thank you. I have one more question. And again, this isn't necessarily related to this. Has City of Frankfurt or somebody from City of Frankfurt reached out to you since our last conversation?
No.
Thank you.
Anything else, Christie?
Tim, this is Rhonda and I. The 40 sites that are not funded through a provider, is there a map which identifies those sites?
I can get that by the time we do our next status report. The state is implying that we shouldn't have this information public, until the final results are known. They're only working with the providers who are allowed to bid or who have active applications with them.
I think it would be a courtesy to those residents or homeowners to know that, to not live under the illusion that broadband's forthcoming. I mean, if they're not, there's not a provider willing to reach them.
Yeah, so what will probably happen with those 40, if they remain, and we'll know better, there's a noon deadline on all the locations, and those 40 appear to be areas that people are avoiding. There are a few of them in northern Colfax. There's a few of them in the middle of Blaine, or not Blaine Township, but the township that's north and west corner. I just went blank on who that is. And then there's two households within Blaine Township along the coast. But yeah, from our standpoint, we picked up all of the locations that were available in Lake Township and Gilmore, and then across the Robin Wynn that we had, there was a scattering of homes and households. We stayed out of Colfax and Weldon because that's an Ascend Tech area. We were hoping that they would pick that up. I mean, the cost to go, to 10 homes, 10 miles into Colfax would be, unacceptable, from a risk standpoint.
So Tim, based on when we started this project and partnered with you, there were projections of the number of homes that you intended to reach. To date, what would the percentage of success be based on the beginning?
We, with Bob, we're adding 336 additional locations within Benzie. The vast majority of the unserved households were in Blaine Township, 684, I think. My numbers are slightly off. I don't have the math in front of me, but I would say, from a standpoint of total homes, we will be north of 2,500 or no, 3,000 households that were part of the equation, and over 5,000 households that have light in front of them when we're done. So,
and that's higher than you proposed in the beginning, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on how you calculate it, we believe that we'll be somewhere around 57 to 60% of the households within Benzie County will have our lit fiber in front of them. One of the unfortunate things of this program, Bob, is the way they had to select was based on price first. And what it did is it actually meant that those who win in Benzie County are going to have to overbuild each other to get to the homes. It wasn't as segregated or defined as well. You never want a provider to have to overbuild another provider, to get to where they're going. But the reality is that's what's going to happen throughout Michigan, including Benzie County.
So is this an accurate statement that after the BEAD Bob Award, 57 to 60% of homes will have access to Cherry Capital Fiber?
Yes. Yeah, we're in 8 townships, so kind of pleased by that.
Tim, this is Art. On the onset, you said you had 11 o'clock commitment?
Noon commitment for the state.
Okay, all right. Tim, anything for Mr. Malone?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Markey, Tim.
Yeah.
A while ago, you guys were in front of Homestead Township working on getting the permits to start doing build out in Homestead Township. Is that
Yes. The work has not started. We had a construction conflict. We're working on right now getting them started first part of September. And they made a commitment to us to double down on the effort. We wanted them to start in June. There was an issue. So they're going to start here in September, and hopefully we can get caught up by the end of the year. That would include Homestead and Elmira.
Okay, thank you.
Bob?
Nothing.
Dave?
So when you were saying about the companies having to build over other companies, with it being open source wire, there's no way to just complete the grid with the other originally laid wire fiber?
So as an example, whoever wins Blaine Township, in order for us to get to Gilmore Township, we have to build through the north section of Blaine. Let's just say that the winner of Blaine is Spectrum. They won't allow us to use their fiber to get there. So it requires, we're an open access, but many of the providers that are out there are not open access.
Right.
I wish they were.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Malone? Tim, anything else you want to add before we excuse you?
Yeah, just one statistic. We have 367 signups, or how they're either signed up, so they're in the process of getting connected, or have been connected. I don't have it broken down into more detail. The numbers are a little lower than we'd like, but we also got a late start with having active fiber in Benzie County due to a statewide upgrade of the REACH network. So where we thought we would have light early part of 2024, we didn't have light available to us in Benzie until October, November of 2024. So we're trying to play catch up with the consumer. But that upgrade's been successful. The statewide network was upgraded from a 10 gig network to a 100 gig network. So great capacity for us.
Very good. Tim, I appreciate your patience and waiting for us this morning.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to be interrupted. I really I enjoy providing statuses to Benzie. It's you're a great county. We've been everybody's really enjoyed and been well received within Benzie County, and that's appreciated. So thank you.
And of course, that goes both ways. So thank you for your commitment. If there's nothing,
You guys have.
All right, we'll talk again, Tim.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You
Bye.
bet. I'd let you introduce the next subject.
Oh, good. He went away. All righty. So the next thing on the agenda this morning is going to be a discussion regarding the MMRMA renewal. We do have Matt Coulson here. Matt Coulson is with the MMRMA, and you do have in front of you the renewal documents that I passed out to you. Matt's going to kind of go over and give a high-level overview of what those are. Since I've been here, I don't think we've had a presentation from the MMRMA, not because they haven't wanted to, but we do have a lot of new faces here, and so there seems to be more and more questions about what the MMRMA does for us, what their coverage is, what they do for Benzie County. So Matt is here to kind of go over that quickly, give you time for some questions and answers. The one thing I will know is that when you're looking at our budget, it looks like that the MMRMA is increased drastically. And that is not the case. We're looking at about a 7% increase in the policy, which is pretty good, given the state of affairs. The reason it looks so differently on paper is because we worked really hard to align the policy term with our fiscal year. So it used to be the policy term was January to December, and we were struggling with getting the renewal cost in time for budgeting. So then we weren't budgeting accurate numbers. And so last year, what we did is we worked with the MMRMA to do a shorter policy term so that now we're aligning with our fiscal year so that the numbers are aligning with our budgeting as well. So in all, the policy is about a 7% increase, but from a number standpoint for budgeting, it looks higher than that because last year was only a 10-month policy, and now we're back onto a 12-month policy. This is Matt Coulson.
Matt, I appreciate your patience this morning. Take whatever time's necessary to educate us.
Sure.
Is there anybody joining us remotely on this conversation too?
Just me.
All right, let me turn it over to you then, please.
All right. Well, I appreciate the time. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you all. I also enjoy coming up to board meetings and meeting all of you and presenting on the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority, MMRMA for short, even though that's still a mouthful. So I believe, like Katie mentioned,
that, yeah.
you all have the proposal. I will briefly run through it, go through high level, because there's detail in here that some relevant, just, I'll go through the high level stuff. But the front page here, you guys have been a member of the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority since 1984. We were formed in 1980, so that's pretty impressive. We appreciate your loyalty. We were formed for municipalities by municipalities. Our shareholders, we have none. You are our shareholders. So when we have excess assets at the end of the year, those dollars go directly back to our members in the form of what we call a net asset distribution, not going to people who have stake in us, shareholders building their pockets. We're by the member, for the member, and that's truly our philosophy. So that's the main part on this front page here, is that we appreciate your loyalty since 1984 without interruption. And then Katie is the MMRMA member rep on behalf of Benzie County. Usually who I meet with, but again, I always welcome the opportunity to come present to the boards as well. The next page there, the first table on page 2 of 7, it says, is your deductibles and self-insured retentions for liability and property coverages, as well as the fire and EMS for you all. So a self-insured retention, you guys carry a $100,000 self-insured retention on liability coverages. So that includes general liability, auto liability, public officials liability, law enforcement liability. For example, those are the types of coverages that would fall under that line of coverage. So each time there's a loss in one of those lines of coverage, Benzie County covers the first 100,000. You carry a retention fund with us. That's where we pull those dollars from. So we're not coming to you every time asking for dollars for a certain loss. On the vehicle physical damage side of things, the big numbers there are the $15,000 per vehicle, $30,000 per occurrence. Like the per occurrence could happen. Let's say we have, deputy vehicles at a accident and someone plows through both of them, God forbid. That's all $30,000 per occurrence. Other than that, it'd be $15,000 per vehicle if we hit a deer, for example, what have you. The fire and EMS replacement costs, those are the physical damage to one of the ambulances. It's $1,500 trade deductible. And then on the property and crime, again, God forbid this building goes up in flames, it's a $1,500 deductible, and then we would cover up to $22.9 million after that. That's the blanket property limit. So any questions or concerns on the deductibles and self-insured retentions before I move on to limits briefly.
Just for clarification.
Sure.
Under vehicles, what I heard you say is that we're self-insuring up to $15,000 per vehicle. So if there's a claim and it's costing us $30,000 to replace it,
Yep.
we're paying the first 15.
Correct.
And that's per occurrence.
That is per vehicle. The occurrence would be if there was, the way you would reach the occurrence where it says per occurrence, or like I said, if there was more than one Benzie County vehicle involved in the same incident, that's how that would be hit. But for your example, it would be just $15,000.
Very good. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Now, is that plus the deductible? So
No, the deductible, so we call that a vanishing deductible, and I'm glad you asked. So if you have a little chip in your windshield, it doesn't, no need to necessarily report that. We call that a vanishing deductible, but fair question. Thank you. If we move on to the limits, on page 3 of 7 there, the main one there is the $15 million in that top, liability and motor vehicle physical damage chart, is $15 million, and that is per occurrence. So you could have, again, God forbid, 3 $15 million losses in the same year, and MMRMA would pay for all of those. There is no aggregate, which is good. That means it's not like you have $15 million to play with, for lack of a better term, and then you're out of luck after that. It is per occurrence. So that's the most the MMRMA deploys to any single member. And so you guys do with your operations in size, that makes sense to carry the maximum $15 million limit there. Judicial tenure is an optional coverage, covers judges who may be called in front of the Judicial Tenure Commission. So that's up to $100,000 limit as well. If there's any of these that I'm not going to go through that you want me to go through just for the matter of time, I would want to respect that for all of you. By all means, shoot away, but I will touch on the ones that I tend to run through that I see exposure in with you all's operations. The Michigan no fault, if I'm willing to jump, if you're willing to let me jump to number 8, we could all kind of on our personal autos mess with our limits to save a buck on premium in the past 2 years. All MMRMA members, regardless of size, we carry that maximum statutory no fault limit. So that's why it says per statute there. It's the maximum no fault limit. Questions? I know. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
I do have a question.
Sure.
So I notice, I see sewage system overflow,
Sure.
NA, and then down here, County Benzie's afforded coverage credit, MMRNA except sewage system overflow, and then over here, sewage system zero. I mean, that is really being hit home. So is there a reason for that?
Yes, there is. And it's because you all aren't responsible for providing water sewage services to your constituents. So, fair question. Again, apologies if I jumped over that willy-nilly, but I'm glad you asked. And that's the reasoning. Cities have that coverage, but you all don't need to.
Number 9, terrorism. Does that cover like cyber attacks?
Cyber is in the next page. Yes and no. I mean, if someone unauthorized access your systems, there's a separate coverage for that. This type of terrorism is for, I've never seen a terrorism claim, and don't we all hope we never see a terrorism claim, for the really bad stuff. I don't know how else to put it.
This would be acts of terrorism outside of cyber.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So
Okay.
What you could come up with. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So like in the incident of the Walmart in Traverse City, he's being charged with terrorism. Would he have to be found guilty of terrorism for this coverage to apply?
That's a great question. As far as our coverage goes, I'm honestly not sure. That'll get handled in courts and
Right.
with Walmart and
Right. I'm
whoever's
just
named.
saying if that was to God forbid happen here,
Yeah,
would a terrorism charge have to stick for this coverage to apply?
it may.
It
It
may.
may. I don't mean to be ambiguous, but
Yeah.
I would let the legal system play that one out, and our attorneys and those fun stuff.
Well, let's just talk about that a little differently, though. Let's say it wasn't terrorism, but there was an incident on the campus. People were injured. We do have insurance that would cover us to protect us against any claims for people that were injured, regardless whether it was labeled or not.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Again, it depends on the facts of the claim, and I hate to be ambiguous. I know hypotheticals are a fair question. They really are. But yes, if Benzie County is named in a suit, and whether we're at fault or not, MMRMA will help provide.
I'd assume that'd be under liability.
Correct. Yep. That's exactly where that type of incident would fall. Yep, absolutely. Any other questions on those types on the liability limits and? On the property and crime, I know there's a lot of limits here, all 22 of them. But the big one that you are all rated on as far as your we call it a contribution, AKA premium, is number one, the $22.9 million. That covers all of it. And in the back of the presentation here, the proposal, it covers all of the buildings and personal property that Benzie County owns. So these desks, the buildings, again, in the back, there's all sorts of the various buildings and that we insure.
You arrive on that based on a depreciation schedule?
So that's a fair question. Every 4 to 5 years, we work with a company that's called the CBIZ Valuation Group, that walks through every single one of your owned buildings with Katie or someone in maintenance department that knows the ins and outs of all the structures. Okay. And they provide the building values, that we use as part of your renewal. Katie has to submit the renewal questionnaire. She provides the personal property limits. So that, again, that's chairs, et cetera, et cetera.
So we just had our scheduled inspection this summer, actually. We had a gentleman here, and between Kyle Maurer, Ken Boss, Rebecca Hubers, and myself, we showed them all the things around the county. We took them out to Point Betsy. We took them to the tower and that sort of thing. So our valuations are as current as this summer.
So it's a physical inspection,
Correct.
not a depreciation schedule.
That is correct.
In the off years that CBIZ doesn't come out and do that physical inspection, they do provide an inflationary factor, based on a lot of stuff, but where you live, how expensive is it to hire contractors and get materials. So they do provide that in those off years, that they're not on site.
I'm assuming that our apron around Point Betsy is an exception to our coverage.
You're probably not even aware of what's going on.
Yeah, I'll admit I'm naive to that, but
They are aware. When they were taken to Point Betsy, we talked about the project that, is hopefully coming and kind of what's going on there. So that was part of the conversation with CBIZ and determining the valuation of that space.
So when it's fixed, will that be added to an insured area?
Yeah, so when we do a project, like when we did the 911 expansion project, I then submitted all those numbers over to the MMRMA for them to factor that in, because it was a large improvement. It wasn't just, a couple $1,000 remodel. It was a $2 million remodel that we completely changed the space. And so I'll send those sorts of information to the MMRMA so they can do a reevaluation of the property.
Because it's been brought up, I'm gonna assume that we've already asked this question, but the damage to the lakefront there is an act of God. That we've already asked the question, is it a qualifying event against our insurance, I assume?
We have a protective apron around a lighthouse in our county
Oh, no.
that has deteriorated due to water erosion, right?
Yeah, I call it act of God.
Act of God is a incident. I don't know if the Friends have submitted that for an insurance claim. Is that something that would be covered?
I
Or
will look at your loss run to see if it has been submitted and if it has been
Understood.
paid.
There's been
Well,
no
it hasn't
claim.
been paid, I can tell you.
Okay, there you
There-
go.
There's been no claim for that part of it, no. Not
I
since
would
I've been.
think, because it's not just an occurrence, it was something that happened over time.
Right.
I mean, that's a natural occurrence, erosion, right?
I wouldn't know
You would
if
have,
erosion would-
anyone would expect that to deteriorate over time, and it's like, your tires on your car, you're gonna be
Sure.
replacing them over time.
I tend to agree. Yep. Normal wear and tear probably wouldn't be covered.
If we submit
Yeah,
a
it
claim
would-
and it gets kicked back, does it cost us anything?
No, it does not. It does not.
It wasn't a single event, but I'm glad that Dave brought that up. At no time should we try to underwrite it ourselves. Submit a claim, let them reject it or accept it.
Yeah.
And I hadn't even thought about that until you mentioned it.
I will say MMRMA, I think we all have a bad or not, I'm not gonna speak for everybody, but if you submit a claim to your auto insurance, you're gonna get taken for a ride seemingly, and it stinks. But MMRMA is very fair. If a claim is submitted and it doesn't get paid, it is what it is. Like, as long as we're all under the same understanding that for the reason it was denied, just because you submit it doesn't mean you're gonna get taken for a ride, for lack of a better term.
No, but I think it's the right thing to do to ask the
Sure,
question.
go ahead. I always encourage that with all members.
Yeah.
If they see something coming or if something happened and they're just curious, submit the claim. And we'll determine that.
I'd never encourage the insurer to make their own judgment. Let the insurer make that judgment.
For sure. I agree.
I'm glad the question was asked. Continue, please.
Sure. Unreported property there, number 3. So if there's a property that's not on this list in the back that you all own and you've just simply neglected to let MMRMA know that it's owned, or you didn't even know it was owned, and something happens to it, it's kind of a sleep at night coverage. It's like, rest assured there's coverage for that structure. So just because it's not in the back here, again, I just call it the sleep at night coverage when I give these types of presentations. Fine arts, I joke, but it's, I don't know if there's any Picassos or anything laying around, but the nice statues that may be in parks or what have you, that would be considered a unique piece of a fine art. There is coverage for that. In all these, I want to mention 2 through 22. If you change the limit, if you want to say, well, you don't have this, it wouldn't change the pricing at all. The one you're rated on is number 1. These are all called sublimits after that. Money and security is number 7 there for $1 million. So if someone, God forbid, finds their way into your safe and steals funds from the county, there's coverage for that. Or if some, treasurer's taking money to the bank and gets robbed or something. I hate to say these things, but I'm a risk manager, and it's in the back of my head all the time. Like, where's the risk at? There's coverage for that. Fire protection vehicles, emergency vehicles, which is applicable, and mobile equipment up to $5 million on number 9 there. We have emergency vehicles, and mobile equipment would be considered like gators or your lawnmowers or those that aren't licensed for road use. If something happens or there's a physical damage claim for those, there's coverage. There's coverage for those types of units as well from us.
Did I hear you correctly that there's coverage for embezzlement claims?
Yeah, that's down here. That's down a ways. There's the blanket employee fidelity and faithful performance. That's where we would see that type of activity. Yep. If you need to, number 10, if you need to, get an extra, if one of your ambulances is involved in the claim and you need to rent one to get back up to full strength from a neighboring community or somewhere, we'll help pay for that. $2,000 per week up to 12 weeks. Again, I'm trying to run through this quickly, so I respect everyone's time as well, but I want to make sure I don't miss anything while I have all your ears.
Matt, you were patient with us. You do what you got to do.
Okay, thank you. Structures other than a building, number 11. So we consider a structure in the most layman's terms possible, 4 walls and a roof. We are in a building. A structure other than a building would be a baseball dugout, a gazebo, a pavilion. Bridges fall under that. So up to $15 million worth of coverage for those types of structures. Dams, lake level control, dam structures and lake level control structures. We have one listed in the back. It's the Little Platte Lake level control structure for physical damage up to $85,000. If there's more, by all means, let us know. But we've gone through this plenty of times, and it seems to be the one that we're responsible for.
Let me explore that with you just for a moment, because it's a recent topic.
Yep.
So the water levels got high. We're told that there may have been some property damage as a result, either both on Crystal and or on Platte Lake. Is it the claim related just to the control mechanism, or is it related to the damage that the control mechanism is supposed to control?
This limit here is for the physical damage to that mechanism itself.
Okay.
There is some coverage for said potential incidents if we are sued, and when I say we, the county, municipality, are sued, and we were found to be at fault for that, there's some coverage for that as well.
probably under liability.
More, yeah, more liability.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And I'm happy to run through that with.
No,
Joel or
we don't
Katie
need
for-
more detail at this point in time.
Fair enough. Nope, sounds great. I don't know if we have any transformers, but if we have any transformers, there's $2.5 million worth. Okay, Katie's shaking her head. Storm or sanitary sewer backup, so it's gross to think about, but if your building was damaged due to a storm or sanitary sewer backup, there's $1 million worth of coverage for that type of peril. Again, gross to think about, but it happens. Marine property, boats, we cover the boats, up to $1 million. And then the last couple here is the income and extra expense, AKA business income and extra expense. If again, God forbid, this building were to go up in flames and we aren't able to operate as normal and we're losing income because we aren't able to operate as we should, we will help recoup that lost income to get you back up to full strength. And then the extra expense part of that would be if we need to go find an office space so everyone could work and meet and do what they need to do work, that's the extra expensive part of it. We would help pay to rent that space, as an example. And then as alluded to, the blank employee fidelity and faithful performance, that's where that would fall. Employee fidelity is puzzlement, for lack of a better term. Never fun, never obviously, but and then the faithful performance where it says per statute there, each position, and there's no perfect list. We haven't found it as to which the clerk needs to have a certain bond, and certain positions need to have a certain bond. Whatever that bond amount is, up to $1 million, which is plenty from our understanding, you're bonded for under the faithful performance bond. So covers elected, appointed officials, whatever their statutory requirement may be. So, and earthquake, flood, and terrorism, again, rare in Michigan, but never know. Well, never say never. Questions on those?
Just under that faithful performance,
Mhm.
on a commercial policy, you might see D&O insurance.
Yep.
Is that kind of the same thing?
It is. Yep. That's a fair question.
Hmm.
Yeah. The next page there, this is your cyber, AKA data breach coverage. So, this does have an aggregate, and it's $2 million. So if someone, again, the most basic claim possible, sophisticated to me, but it's where someone finds their way into your system, you can't operate. They've infiltrated all your files, all your systems. And we need to investigate and get your systems back and figure it out. $2 million worth of coverage for that, up to $25,000. And then there's a $25,000, I apologize, deductible for those. We don't charge for this coverage. It's a very broad coverage. We've paid some claims on this coverage. Yes, we just have. Happy to run. I'll admit, I'm no techie guy, so some of these terms are like, what does that mean? But I'm happy to answer your questions.
Would that cover ransom also?
Correct. Yeah. So that, and I'm glad you brought that up. Coverage I, extortion, AKA ransomware. Someone finds their way into your systems and holds you for X amount of dollars. We're not going to give you access back to your systems until you give us X. The last thing we want to do, because we'll work with your IT, any third parties that you have, we have vendors, we have IT cybersecurity experts. We'll do everything we can to get your systems back naturally our way so that we're not paying some criminal enterprise, their demand. But worst comes to worst, that is what that coverage is for.
And what I heard you say is we actually don't pay a premium for this coverage. This is simply provided. Is there any data that supports that $2 million is adequate? Let me give you an example. If you look at communities our size, and let's say for a moment that we do have a breach, is there data that says based on your population base or your revenues or whatever it might be, that $2 million is adequate to cover you?
Maybe not at my hands, but I know what you're saying. We can get, if you want higher limits, I can go, we work with some third-party agents. I'm happy to get some excess limits if you feel as if 2 million is not enough. We haven't had a $2 million loss yet.
Oh,
Close. But yeah, it has proven to be sufficient so far. But again, there's always that risk you run that, it may not be if something gets really, really, really bad.
I will also note that with the contract that we have with Carhuse Cyber for cybersecurity, we have an additional cybersecurity insurance plan with them as well for another $1 million. So we actually have two plans in place for Benzie County.
So a total of 3 million.
Yes.
And the company has, at this point, never seen anything in excess of 2 million.
Not yet. No.
And that's
yeah,
regardless of size of the community?
correct. Yep. If I'm at, for example, Benzie Bus is one of my members that I work with, the Benzie Transportation Authority. Theirs is $2 million as well.
Well, I'm thinking more like, well, let's just take Grand Traverse County, who, you know, they've had a breach. There was, I don't know if there's a ransom paid or not. I don't remember, but
Yeah, they're also one I work with. I
Yeah.
do work with Grand Traverse County and,
So with,
yeah, yeah, go ahead.
with regards to the cybersecurity coverage, you guys have like minimum requirements that your members have to have and for their IT, for equipment, firewalls, in order for the coverage to be here? In other words, you know, just somebody threw in a router and okay, got breached.
The nice okay thing is, no, we don't have any minimum requirements. We asked the question on our renewal questionnaire, that Katie submits, and it asks stuff like that. Where are your backups? How often do you back up? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you don't have what we would ask, you're still gonna have the coverage. And the nice thing is, and I just learned this at our annual meeting, is not that it affects you all directly, but our all members aggregate on the next page was 17.5 million. Now it's 30 million. And so that's good for our membership. Again, yours is 2 million per occurrence, no matter what, it is aggregated. But the exposure is out there, and we worked with a new reinsurance partner. Again, this is insurance jargon, but to increase that limit, because the exposure isn't getting any less. People are very sophisticated, very smart, and this is a growing space where there's claim activity. So
I'll also note too, when we do that questionnaire, I know I'm not that techie. And so the folks at Carhu, as well as Michael, they answer the questions for that portion of the questionnaire to establish these things. I don't, because I'm not that tech.
I was just wondering if there was minimum requirements that they had, and if not, would they work with the member to maybe get them up to where they were?
yes, we will. Yes, we will. And that's and I want to be respectful, but we have what we call a risk avoidance program and certification accreditation program, RAP and CAP grants, which you all are very active in that space, which is incredible. We want to be your risk management partner first, and it sounds salesy, but we want to avoid the loss before we have the loss, right? I mean, that's risk management.
That's what I was getting at. Are you
Yeah.
gonna help us
We will
meet minimum requirements?
Yes, we will. Yep. We have and I'll send Katie and disperse it to the board, our RAP and CAP grant guidelines. We'll do penetration testing. I think you guys already have multi-factor authentication, but we'll help you pay for that. We'll help you. There's several grants specific to cybersecurity and of course law enforcement and EMS and others as well. But because we see that trend, yes, we put our money where our mouth is to make sure that we can avoid losses where we can. Absolutely.
Continue.
Sure. The next few pages honestly are just kind of the pricing for the year. The one thing I will touch on is stop loss, and it's an addendum on page 7 of 7. And you guys all participate in stop loss. And what stop loss is the most you will pay out of your retention fund on self-insured retentions or deductibles for a single year is $150,000. So let's say you had a bad year and you didn't participate in stop loss. Let's say you had 3 maximum dollar losses at your $100,000 retention. That wouldn't be good. So you pay $4,656 to participate in stop loss. It provides that balance sheet protection is what it does, to know that the most that Benzie County will pay, and it is on our fiscal year, which is July 1. But still, it's a valuable program to know exactly the most you're paying out of your retention fund for a year is $150,000. And after that, MMRMA covers at basically $0 first dollar coverage. So, questions on the pricing breaks down in a couple pages, and I'm happy to run through it line by line or just kind of go to the bottom line. And that, when I say pricing, it's this looking page, it breaks it down line by line.
If the commissioners don't object, let's go to the bottom line.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So bottom line, total contribution, including your retention fund allocation, which goes directly to your retention fund, which MMRMA holds, and that's where we pulled those dollars from, is at 278,406. Again, I'm glad Katie precursored it to say that, holy crap, that's a big jump. But it was on a, this is an annual policy as opposed to the 10. So if I annualize the contribution from this current year, I guess, if you will, it was about a 7% increase.
Which is great because last year and 2 years ago, we exceeded 10%, if I remember correctly. So this was an improvement and I was happy with those numbers.
And the rest of it is just your exposures. So no need to run through those. It's the buildings, like I said, the vehicles that we insure for the county.
You know, I hate to belabor this, but
yeah,
I gotta straighten this out in my mind.
Sure.
So we talk about having $100,000 deductible.
Yep.
That we had the ability to backstop that up to $150,000.
Mhm.
But our premium is 278. So is it 278 plus the 100,000?
No, no. I mean, you pay your 278. That's your premium, if you will.
Yeah.
And then yes, if there is a loss, you're responsible for the first 100,000 taken out of your retention fund.
So MMRMA holds the retention fund and we make contributions as it gets too low. So it's not coming directly out of the county's coffers in those situations. It's coming from that retention fund, which is like almost like an offsite savings account that they keep for us.
Okay.
So yes, it is the 278 plus whatever's pulled from that bucket of money. So not directly out of the coffers at that point. Just the 278,406 is what we budget to pay for the premium. And then that 100 to 150 would come out of the self-retention fund that is being held by the MMRMA. So not direct, I'm not cutting that check per se. But it is plus, so it's added together.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead. That's.
Yeah. And that honestly concludes my presentation, unless you have any further questions or concerns on.
Let's open it up to the commissioners. Questions for Matt?
Matt, how long have we been with MMRMA?
You have been with us, what's 2025 minus 1984, so. Since
39 years.
1984.
No.
Yep.
41 years.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Again, thank you for your patience. This was a very thorough overview, at least from my perspective. And if I have any other questions or other commissioners we'll filter it through our administrator.
That sounds great. I also appreciate your time. I really do. Thank you.
We'll be giving out your phone number.
Okay, we're gonna move into new business. And Chip, I'm gonna invite you up. But just so that Bert isn't panicking, with the permission of the commissioners, when we're done with this new business, we're gonna move you up from the bottom of the page so you can move on. Okay. Again, thanks for your patience, Chip.
Oh, is this working? Hello? Okay. Yeah,
No buttons.
anytime. Thank you for having me here and wish it was under better circumstances to be talking to you about some things. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Joseph Johnston, otherwise known as Chip. Long story, won't go into it. Blame my mother. But I've been in the system for 40 years, from direct care to executive, and I was 2 when I started. So basically, this is my 36th year with Manistee Benzie Community Mental Health. I'm here to talk to you today about what the state of Michigan is proposing to do and what that means to the counties and to the local CMH. Many of you know that our system has been looked at numerous times over the last probably 10, 12 years for efficiencies and to streamline processes and to try to get the bureaucracy out of the way. And I would dare hazard to guess that with every effort, they've made it actually worse. So at its core, community mental health is a county-based system in Michigan, initiated by the counties in partnership with the state going all the way back to 1972. Our mission is to take people out of the state institution and maintain them in the community. So the core of the folks that we serve without us would otherwise be in the state facilities. We then are able to, based on our management of the funds that we receive, work towards prevention or any other community partnerships that we may have beyond our core mission. The vast majority of our funding at this point is now Medicaid. The state of Michigan transitioned in the late 90s, early 2000s from a primarily state-funded system to one using Medicaid dollars to support the state-county partnership. The county commission, in proportion, I'm with Manistee and Benzie counties, puts in money that is long since unpinged from state funding. It's $190,000 plus additional state facility, et cetera. So I believe off the top of my head for this community, it's about $250,000 or something, and more for Manistee. But the gist of it is they when they moved to Medicaid, the promise was to maintain the system and to provide an even more robust system for our folks. The way we're currently paid is by Medicaid enrollee based on what bucket they're in. If they're disabled, aged, and blind, we receive $300-400 per person per month. If they're assisted needy families, we receive probably $30 a month. If they're Healthy Michigan, which is another set of Medicaid, we receive maybe $40-50 a month per person, depending on age categories, et cetera. And we get that in a lump sum at the beginning of the month, which allows us to do all sorts of fun things within the Medicaid program. What the state of Michigan is proposing to do, and they gave us notice sometime in February that they were planning on consolidating these Medicaid payment regions. Our region is known as the Northern Michigan Regional Entity. They are the receivers of Medicaid funds as well as substance abuse money. The county sends to them liquor tax dollars, which we have used for school prevention programs. I know the court systems have used them for a variety of programs over the years. And that is funded from direct liquor sales. That money goes, like I said, goes to the regional entity who also takes care of behavioral health and substance abuse issues. They are, and there's 10 of these things throughout the state of Michigan, all of which were formed by community mental health agencies and the represented counties, because some CMHs are actually county departments. We are an Urban Cooperation Agreement Act, so we're just one step above a county department where the two counties of Manistee and Benzie came together. And so the regional entities are public entities. The state of Michigan has proposed collapsing the 10 to 3, which would merge us with the UP. And we'll merge 5 different regions in the central region and then merge 3 regions in the metro region, Oakland, Macomb, and Detroit. They then are putting these regions out for bid. In the past, because of state law, have maintained that they have to be a public entity tied to the county, i.e. the mental health code and the commitment that the county makes to run mental health services in its communities. They are now proposing to unpinge that and give the Medicaid dollars to a bid award winner, which may be nonprofits, private insurance companies, etc., where they have to have an office somewhere in the state. Whether that is an outhouse, I don't know, but they have to have a footprint. And they are allowing other governmental entities like schools, I'm sorry, like universities to make the bid, but they are forbidding the current arrangement. They feel that there's a conflict of interest, and apparently don't understand that everyone sitting on the regional entity board and our board is appointed by the county commissioners and already represents community members based on the mental health code. So when they do this, what happens is I go from a lump sum payment with a lot of latitude within the Medicaid program. I'm able to marriage that with local dollars as well as state dollars to do a whole host of prevention programs, et cetera, et cetera. When this happens, they are proposing a board that will unpinge county representation and input, so community input. And they are being very specific about what they're looking for on the makeup of this board. And so I think in your packet, Katie has a really nice memorandum that really hits the higher bullet points. The profit over care bullet point on her list here right now, because it's a public system, the region has to put all of its money into the community except for its specific overhead to deal with the state Medicaid regulations. And their overhead right now is about 3%. If this goes to the health plans, they are allowed by law to take 15% off the top, no questions asked. They're penalized by federal law if they go over 15%. To the system, that means about $500 million the system lost to direct care. And in my case, it's a little over $1.2 million out of my $20 million budget. So my prevention program is, oddly enough, $1.2 million out of that 20 million. So they will switch then to what are called fee screens. So now I will go from a preventative approach, working collaboratively with the sheriff's departments and various city officials, county officials, to one where I'm now chasing the widget. So I will be in a position where I'll have to seek authorization to see somebody. I will have to then seek further authorization to carry out all the plans. And so basically, instead of looking at things from chasing a preventative, a wellness approach, I'll be chasing an illness approach. And that may or may not involve my input. The other thing that's very disconcerting is they are removing all of my, and particularly to the counties and the county commissioners, is they are removing my statutory authority to do certain things. Key in my mind right now, for example, is inpatient care. Whenever somebody is heading for psychiatric inpatient care, I have to do a pre-admission screening, and the reason for that is to protect the rights of the citizens from being inappropriately placed. And then I have the authority to do the follow-up with the judges, to do the involuntary, the sheriff's department to do pickup orders, all of that stuff. That will be unpinged. They are reserving for me Section 409 of the code, which means I do pre-screening, and after that, they're no longer my responsibility. So they'll go into the inpatient unit. They go involuntary. They go in. If they change their mind the next day and need to stay there involuntary, they will no longer be mine. Mine is simply to say, yes, you go in, or no, you don't. Right now, I'm incentivized to say no, to work with them in the community as much as I can, as safely as I can. In the future, I won't care. They're not mine anymore. Loss of local control. If you're mad at me right now, you know where to find me. This is played out, as you know, in Northern Lakes, CMH, Traverse City, Grand Traverse, Leelanau, Wexford. The county commissioners and the sheriff's departments were not happy with the interplay between the CMH and their system. They took the bull by the horns and they've really tried to make things work over there, and I think they're making some good progress. In the future, 85% of my funding will go to this thing. I don't know where. Good luck. If you're mad at me, I'm just going to say call them. Service disruption, for example, if we have somebody who comes into our system right now who is not on Medicaid and could benefit from Medicaid, right now I work with them under my limited local and general funds to get them into a benefit to help serve them and get them the services. In the future, that won't be my role. I won't have the ability to do that. If somebody's on what's called the Medicaid spend down and they lose their Medicaid, I won't have the ability to help them to get back onto the Medicaid. And as you know, the folks that we're entitled to protect barely have the ability to navigate day-to-day life, let alone trying to navigate the Medicaid system. Workforce instability right now, I don't know, I couldn't tell you what kind of staffing I'll have left. And then equity concerns on here is a very good one. They will, the privates, if they do come in to pick up the book of business, and as you know, there are no other providers around because the risk to serving these folks, I have governmental immunity. They will not. The risk is high, so this is very accurate. They will cherry pick the clients. I'll be left with high cost if I can serve them. If they offer me a fee screen and because I'm a governmental unit, if my rates are $100 an hour and they offer me 50, I can't subsidize that with other state dollars. It has to be local dollars. And in my local dollars out of the 20 million is less than $500,000 total. So it won't go very far. An inpatient stay is $1,500 a day. So I won't have any ability to supplement that payment. And so I'm going to have to say no, and the client's going to be stuck sitting somewhere waiting. And what that means is, guess where they're going to land? They're going to land in the jail. They're going to land in EMTs. They're going to be out on the streets. It will no longer be my responsibility to deal with that. It'll be this thing. That's the most disturbing part about this bid out versus all the others. All the others retain that authority with the county and us. This forbids us from entering into contracts with the services that we need to make things whole for the person in our community. Any questions? Oh, and they issued this on August 1st-ish, and we have to have a bid in by the end of September. So what the UP and us are doing are forming a new governmental unit under the Urban Cooperation Agreement Act to try to comply. And in my discussion with attorneys is, we don't want that to happen because the terms of the contract, again, strip the county's authority through me to get things done locally.
Chip, I thought one of the issues is that the local CMHs weren't entitled to respond to the RFP.
Yes, our regional entity, i.e. the CMHs, are not allowed to respond.
So you don't even have a chance to compete against the privates.
Right. That's why we're having to form a whole new government.
So the purpose of having you in today is to continue to educate us on this executive order that's coming through. You didn't mention it, but I think it's worth mentioning. This is not the legislature this time. This is by executive order that this is going through.
Right.
Right. I know that there's some kind of ask that we should consider before we move on, but what I'd like to do is turn to Tim and Rhonda and ask them if they have anything they want to add.
The consequences to the county are deep. I mean, I think we need to understand that. When Tim and I talk about our board meetings and seeing this coming down the pike, we try and emphasize that this is, this isn't an island out here that's going to be impacted in a siloed way. This is going to impact our county. It's going to put us, I compare it to when we do our budget for the year, the child fund, and it's a roll of the dice. We have no idea what kids are going to come in and who needs to be taken care of. And we budget really high and cross our fingers that we don't have anything. It's going to be a bigger roll than that, because it's not if these cases are going to come forward, it's how many, and how many are going to fall on the county's shoulder when Chip runs out of money, because he will. And So I guess it's just one of those things that we really, I'm kind of holding my breath, waiting to see, since I have served on the board at Central Wellness, there have been efforts to privatize since day one. It's never gotten this far. And that's what strikes me right now. It's never gotten to this point.
Yeah, before the the actors and players would follow the appropriate steps and procedures, going through the legislature, seeking their approval for things. This has caught both the Republican and Democratic parties unaware, and they are not happy. But they're so late in the process and it's going so fast, they may not be able to do anything quick enough to stall it or stop it. So a bunch of us right now, the 5 CMHs, in the tip of the mitt and 2 right now in the UP, have gotten authorization to engage in a lawsuit. We're engaged with attorneys. Manistee County is considering joining. I sent them language. Counties can join through their CMHs, so it doesn't cost anything. Chippewa County is voting to join here soon. So we're trying to put first a stop to the bid out, so that so that the department and the administrative executive order, if you will, has to go through the legislature to discuss reducing and doing what they're doing. I don't mind reducing. In fact, the UP and us were talking about merger for the last couple of years. Neither one of them can find staff, and they share amongst themselves as it is now. We're actually on that process, but forbidding us from actually bidding and forming this thing that ties back to the county commissioners is a problem.
And I think it's important again to stress that this is not going through the legislature as it had previously.
Yep.
The first, when it's been introduced previously, we did have some elected officials that were on the fence about how they felt about it. It's my understanding, and I'll ask others to address this, but these same officials now are saying, no, we're not supporting this new action.
That is correct.
So our elected officials, our representatives and our senators are representing our district are opposed to it as its current form.
Yeah.
Tim, anything you wanted to add to it?
Well, a little bit on the politics on this to give a little bit of a different little perspective on this. Currently, it's the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services is issuing this bid out process. They're doing it with no legislative oversight, no engagement of legislators at all. And if you look at the timing of it, they're looking to, they issued the RFP, 55 days later, it's due. They're making their decision by December. I've never seen the state of Michigan move this fast on anything. Okay. So the interesting thing is then it's supposed to be implemented, what, October 1st?
A year from now. October.
What happens then? Our governor is term limited out. He's not going to get reelected. I'm assuming whoever gets elected is going to appoint a new director of health and human services. So the people that are doing this are going to be gone, and they're going to leave who's ever coming in with a steaming pile of, right?
Who knows what?
So that's probably, to me, that is an issue. But then another thing to look at is understanding the funding mechanism. And I'm not a Medicaid expert by no means, but my understanding is it's based off of an average of population. So we get a lump sum based on what our population is, with the assumption of you're going to have so many people that need this level of care and someone that's going to need this level of care, right? Who's ever bidding on this, they're going to get that lump sum, and it's going to be in their best interest to provide the minimal level of care so they can maintain the greatest amount of profit. In addition to the 15% that they're going to keep regardless. Our current process is, it's in our best interest to provide the best level of care, because whatever dollars we don't use, we give back.
We share in a pool regionally for those who overspend, yes.
So that's a huge change, right? Right now, if we don't use it, we give it back, which I think is important because it incentivizes the agencies to provide that level of care that's in the best interest of our citizens. Going forward, it's going to be a private entity saying, well, we're just going to provide the insurance that, or the coverage that we have to, because we get to keep whatever we don't spend.
I piggyback on your thought too. This whole timeline thing of it, you know, I serve on, we're represented by MAC, Michigan Association of Counties, who is supposed to advocate for us at the legislative level and for things that are good for our county. We hear about, you know, state revenue sharing, the things that they're advocating for. This never really hit their agenda. I serve on the MAC Health and Human Services Board. We have a platform. This is specifically laid out, couldn't be worded any better, that they oppose the privatization of mental health care. Spelled on there, we read it out at our last meeting when we got together. They haven't, once the platform was decided on a couple months ago, they took a couple months off. We'll resume meeting in September within the window that this has been proposed and will be decided as far as RFP. There was no time to form a consensus or response or any sort of to advocate for the counties. The timeline did not permit this. This privatization reared its head the last time in a legislative way with the Shirkey bill. And so there was time to read it, to see what it offered, for the CMHs to have input, to oppose it, and it died because it wasn't any good. This is being pushed through. And I think, you know, the next step in our conversation has to be, what's next besides us trying to enjoin with the UP and form some sort of, my understanding is there's a bifold approach that we're considering taking.
Yes. Yeah, first off, we're going down the legal because, you know, this proposal, as I went through, it violates probably about 30, 40 state laws currently. And so we're going to go after it that way. And the counties and the CMHs are going after having their statutory authority removed by fiat, if you will. And then we're doing, you know, we're preparing to respond to the bid by forming another layer of government through a UCA where the two regions come together to form one to make the bid. And legislatively. And the legislators are very upset because of the time frame and the lack of discussion with them at all. And that includes both parties, to the point where I know that Director Hotel, they've asked her to appear and discuss issues, and she has not shown up. And so they have subpoenaed her to testify. And so I know that I've worked with Representative Roth. I've worked with Representative Vanderwall out of the Manistee area, and we're talking, thank you very much, with Betsy Coffea's folks. And there's not one representative that is supportive that I've talked to. And even through hearing about their discussions with others, that they're not supportive. So they're not just giving me lip service. I know that. They are very angry at the way it's come down. The other thing that they're discovering is that the department, in one of the few states in Michigan, gets to write the benefit for the Medicaid program, put whatever they want in it, send it up to the feds without legislative approval as well. So those are the
waivers?
Those are all they're called Medicaid waivers, because Medicaid is typically fee for service, but Michigan, because when we were doing fee for service as CMHs in our system, we were bankrupting the state. We were billing machines. So they put us on managed care to keep the cost limited to anywhere between 1% to 4% growth a year. And so they wrote what's called a Medicaid waiver. So they move off. But in that waiver, they keep adding lots of things that make it more and more difficult for particularly small boards like myself to do. And we're a mile wide and an inch deep, but there's a lot of inane programs that are in there that, frankly, I've just told the department I'm not doing it. Some are very unsafe, like mobile crisis, where I have to go out at night to respond to something without any sort of protective cover from the sheriff's department. So stuff like that, that they're writing in these waivers and the legislature has no authority over. So that's one of the key things we're pushing with the legislature right now is you need to get a hold of these guys.
Chip, other than you're educating us, continuing to educate us, what is the ask today?
The ask from me would be one, to talk to your legislators, and representatives. Two, I would love it if Benzie County would consider joining in the lawsuit that we formulate at some point at no cost to the county. And if, any resolution in the near future would be helpful.
With respect to reaching out to our lawmakers, you're already well aware that at least 3 of us, if not more, have been in touch. We confirmed their positions on that, and they're willing to continue to be publicly loud about it. So no problems there, okay? With respect to adjoining the lawsuit, what exactly does that lawsuit look like?
Yeah, we're formulating it right now, but it's going to center around leaving the community mental health a statutory shell. Manistee and Benzie counties in 2002 sued the state of Michigan over that. They essentially were going to take our Medicaid and give it to Wexford County. We sued the state and the state said no. The county commissioners represent everyone in the county. That includes Medicaid citizens. They have determined that Manistee Benzie Community Mental Health shall be the mental health provider, not Wexford County. And so it's going to be based around that. And there's stripping of, in disregard for the mental health code and stripping our statutory authority around inpatient care, care for the IDD, intellectually, developmentally disabled, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Stuff that my board has to oversee.
So we would really have to see that language before we could say, yes, we'll join in with this. And you would anticipate that language would be available to us by when?
Oh, in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so for our first meeting in September.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Let me open it up to the rest of the board members for questions or comments. Any objection to us putting this on the next agenda and letting us take a look at what that language looks like?
No.
I think it's important for us to understand what the consequences are of our joining that. I'm not saying that we wouldn't be willing to participate financially, but we'd want to know about that well in advance.
Yeah.
If that were to be the case.
Yeah. I do not believe that the counties will have to pony up any of the money on this. It would come through me and through our region.
And can I play devil's advocate with you for a moment?
Sure.
There's oftentimes a school of thought is that privatization isn't a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that there may be some conflict in this just by virtue of our governor's affiliation or family affiliation with Blue Cross, but I have no basis for that, okay? But I could also make the argument that, of course, you're against it because now it impedes in your territory, impedes in your kingdom.
Yep.
Share with me why I shouldn't think that way.
Because that is my responsibility, is my kingdom, is to protect the county and the citizens within the community. I am here. If I'm gone, you won't have that. It'll be like a fire department without an engine.
Let me put it to you a different way, Art. Yeah.
Go ahead.
The people that need these services are most vulnerable in the community, and they're not the ones able to speak for themselves usually.
Yes.
Right. And so it's probably in the best interest to not have a private organization doing it that's for profit, because they're going to be looking at their bottom line first and foremost before what's best for the patient. Where currently we have it set up is the CMHs are looking at what's best for the patients because their bottom lines, for a better lack of better terms, they're going to be guaranteed by the county anyway. Right. I mean, they're going to be there regardless because of statute. They have to be. Give it to a private. Yeah, we're going to make sure our board members are taken care of. We're going to make sure that our bottom line's good. Care is not going to be the first thing we're thinking.
And if I read this properly, if a private sector should get the contract and they're awarded X amount of dollars, they're not even obligated to spend all those dollars. Some of that could fall to their bottom line.
Yes.
So they would be be an awful temptation to do what you just described.
Actually, it's a little bit more worse than that, because not only do they have the, for profit, my understanding is like the top 14 positions in their organization is going to be, for lack of a better term, mandated by the state. The state has to approve those positions. So that again removes the local control completely. It gives it back. If the state's saying, not only do you have to have these 14 positions, we're gonna be required, we're requiring you to, we have to authorize those people in the interview process.
And they have to authorize the firing. And if you fire somebody that they'd like, you get penalized $35,000.
Sounds like this is very similar to state closing state hospitals years ago.
Yeah.
And nobody's making the argument that what exists is perfect. You know, we have some players who need improvement. We all read what's in the paper. But at the end of the day, this is not the solution. We need more beds. Rural mental health is a hard area to really be successful in, and our Manistee Benzie services are managing well. Not that there couldn't be improvement. We need to, you know, there's areas we can work on, and we do that, but this is not the solution. And it's really going to be hard to manage if this goes through.
Yeah.
I just can't, my mind can't wrap around it, what it's gonna look like.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Tim answered the question far better than I did. And that, you know, I am here to look out for that. I am here to interface with the county systems. You know, all the work we've done with the behavioral health deputy, I won't do any of that anymore. I won't have any motivative or profit incentive to do that. I'm only going to do what I'm going to get authorized. And they have this in this bid out, down to each individual's plan of treatment has to be approved by the thing. So if you came to me today, I go, oh, I'm not going to see you. I'm sorry. I need to get approval first. Call that number. You don't have Medicaid? Oh, I'm sorry. Bye. The only time I'm going to be left with is with me, a rights officer, whatever piece of that is, and a psychiatrist, whatever piece of that is, in a phone booth waiting to admit people to the state facility. That's all I'll have left. Everything else, good luck to y'all. And, you know, bad.
Any other questions or comments?
And I'll add one more thing to this. It's, and Rhonda brought it up, the rural component. A private organization may do a little bit better in a urban setting where they have multiple providers, they have bidding. So they have to actually prove their worth, right? Because somebody, you know, down the street's going to be able to make that widget a little better, a little cheaper, right? In this rural environment that we're in, I mean, finding staff is hard to do this to begin with. And now you don't have the competition, you don't have more providers. And I'd be almost surprised that any entity is going to bid on anything in the north here, except for they're going to be required to, maybe.
Yeah, I believe our numbers in northern Michigan and the UP would be 135,000.
Medicaid lives, and the average health
Medicaid
plan
lives.
is 350,000.
Right, and downstate, lower Michigan, and it's millions,
Yeah, millions and millions.
millions.
And, you know, the entire population of the UP and the tip of the mid is only 850,000. We have 500,000, they have 300,000. We have 550 and they have 300,000. Time and time again, in real world example, we set up a crisis residential unit, a region. We pooled our money. We helped a private provider, $2 million over 2 years, $1 million a year to get them up and staffed according to all the regulations. And just last month, they said, we can't make it. And we said, we can't subsidize you anymore. So we're going to lose that resource because they can't maintain the staff and you can't have enough volume to make any money. It's just the way it is. We have asked the state of Michigan for exemptions from this bid out even, and they just have blown us off. We got to the point where we don't care what you do downstate because of the number. Just exempt us, which they can do. And our system has been exempt since 1998.
So Chip, it's been a time well spent. And what we'll look forward to is being able to entertain some kind of resolution based on the language that's being provided for legal action.
Yes.
And if we can get that in early September so that it serves benefit, let's do that.
Thank you.
And I understand you're doing the same thing with Manistee.
Manistee is ahead of you. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Well, I hate to take it in such baby steps, but we really need to see the language first.
No, and you can join it anytime. This ain't over. Even after the bid goes out, because just to finish thought. So if you come in early October, it's still good because one, we're trying to stop the bid out. We already you have the CMHs, you might have Manistee, you might have Chippewa County. Fine. That doesn't work. We're now into the process of who gets awarded. If it's not us getting awarded, then we're probably going to sue again. By then we'll have more people. And then if that isn't workable, Manistee Benzie CMH, oddly enough, has standing from our 2002 lawsuit. And that will be, you can't take our Medicaid money. The county commissioners haven't allowed you to do that. The minute you guys vote to send it that way, fine. But until I'm the statutory guy, that's the third leg.
Okay, good. Well, I think you certainly get the sense from this conversation that we're supportive of the action you're asking us to take, so.
I'm very thankful for you guys. You guys have done a lot of legwork. Would not be in the position I'm in with the help and assistance without you all. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, if we could, or why don't we jump to your action item? Katie, you want to introduce it?
Yes, so today we're going to consider adopting a resolution which designates the building official from Bert Gale to Nicholas Keck. Nick is standing to the right of Bert. You've met him before. As Bert indicated at a recent meeting, the business is starting to slowly change hands over to Nick. And so it is appropriate for us to adopt a resolution updating who the official is as of record.
She kind of stole my thunder. Oh. So as I thought this would never happen, I have aged a little bit. And so this is a succession plan, honestly. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Nick has been with us for, I think, 6 years. Nick has taken this job pretty seriously, and he has become me. Honestly, he has become me. 90+% of the time when something strange comes in, I don't have to provide a whole lot of feedback. He already knows what to do with it. Okay. So I'm very confident in Nick. It took a long time, honestly, for me to find somebody that was of this caliber. Okay.
So we've got a recommendation in front of us, but before we go there, any comments or questions from the board members?
I'm a little, I'm just questioning, is there like a resume that we should be seeing? Do you hold certain types of licensures that make you qualified to be the building official? Is there something, I mean, even when we, fill committee appointments and stuff, we get a resume and an application and that kind of thing. Basically right now, we're just being asked to kind of transition from one person to another. Is there supporting documentation we should have?
So Nick holds the credentials of building official and building inspector and plan reviewer, which is authorized by Public Act 407, which is the Code Officials Act, if you will. And Nick has to also take the same continuing education that I do. In fact, he usually is sitting with me in those continuing education courses. And in most cases, I make him drive. So his credentials are virtually the same as mine, although I'm not a building inspector, I'm an electrical inspector. I am building official and plan reviewer and electrical. So So his credentials, first of all, I couldn't even do this job if the state of Michigan would not have registered him. Nor would he be able to renew his registration if he didn't take the continuing education courses to maintain his registration, which he just had to do here a few weeks back. So that's his credentials. He came to us as a builder. And that's his background. And Nick, you want to add any?
Yeah, I can certainly provide that documentation from the state that I'm good for another 3 years. The state renews it every 3 years through continuing education as Bert addressed. So I can certainly get those to you every time that's up. Yeah, so I worked with AGS for 6 years prior to that, contractor as well, so I'm well versed in the construction industry. I worked for Bert actually and kind of asked if I was interested and or thought being an inspector. Well, not really, so told me what I needed to do and got approved by the state. Here we are today.
Other questions or comments? And Katie, I do have one for you before we move forward on this. So the county has a contract with Bert's company.
Correct.
Bert is in the process of selling his company.
Correct.
Does that contract stay in place, or do we need to reopen that contract now that it has a new owner?
I would recommend we look at it and reopen it no matter what, because since it was put into place many, many years ago, it hasn't ever been looked at. So I would recommend us looking at it no matter what. The contract is with the company name, and then it does have Bert listed as the president and signer. Bert's going to remain the president for quite a few years yet.
Another 9.
Yeah, so that signing isn't changed, but I do think we should look at it just as routine business because it's one of those contracts that's been in place for quite some time.
Okay, but that's a separate action altogether.
Yep.
Okay,
I got something.
please.
So you mentioned about credentials and requirements that the state, in order for you to be an inspector. Do you have those documents?
Do I have them?
Yeah.
I do not have them, no.
Is
But
it something?
we'll send them to me.
Going forward, should we be maintaining those just so, saying it is one thing. I know for EMS, we were required to actually have updated documentation every single time somebody.
We can make that as part of the amended contract too, when we look at it and have it say the county chooses to maintain these certain things on file on behalf of the business or something like that. I think it makes sense. I think you make a good point.
It's quite easy to give you those credentials.
I
Quite
suspect it
easy.
is. It would be probably.
I'm sure they're on
prudent our
Lara,
part to do it.
right? You can look them up.
I would guess it's on the Lara website, yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we do that all the time with contractors and
Right.
it's on the same lookup.
So you're satisfied with the documentation that's available to move forward with this action?
Yes, I've worked with Nick a few times and he's always done a great job. I have heard really good things from the community and as far as working with Nick as well. So from a standpoint of the action we're taking today, I don't see any issues. We will be bringing this back forward though to talk about the contract and the fees and all of those things. We're going to have another touch point on this whole subject here very soon.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'd entertain the motion. Is it gonna die from lack of a motion?
No,
Do you see the motion in the packet?
not at the moment, I don't.
You want me
Yeah,
to-
I got it.
Okay.
I make the motion that the Board of Commissioners adopts Resolution 2025-015 designating Nick Keck as building official for Benzie County.
Markey will second.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Olafs?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Janat?
Yes.
Markey?
Yes.
Nye?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, gentlemen, appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
So the next item in your packet today is the discussion regarding the equalization director. As all of you are aware, Brianne Lindsay will be departing Benzie County here soon, and Brianne serves as our equalization director. Under state statute, we do have to have an equalization director of record according to the State Tax Commission. So we need to figure out how we're going to move forward with this. When Brianne was put into place as the equalization director, it was about a year-long process to even get to that point because of this change in scope of what things look like in Michigan for equalization and assessing. Brianne is here today with Polly. Polly Cairns, you probably remember, was the person who helped us get out of the corrective action plan when things kind of went awry when I first came here. And we're here to kind of talk about what do things look like going forward. It doesn't appear based on the space right now that hiring an equalization director anytime soon is going to be feasible or maybe not even possible. And so we want to talk about today maybe approaching this with a hybrid approach where maybe there's a contracted termed position in the midst of all of this and potentially hiring a deputy director versus an equalization director. And so they're here today to kind of talk about this space and what it looks like in Michigan and how things are rolling out, and then to try to get the temperature of the board as to how we should move forward with equalization, because we do have to have a director of record on paper for the state, or we could find ourselves back into this corrective action plan, which took us 17 months to get out of, and which we don't want to be in again. So I'll invite Brianne up.
So I'd like to break this into two pieces if we could.
Perfect.
One would be, Brianna, you're leaving, when's your last day here?
The 5th.
Okay, so we're right on top of that date. Share with us what the plan is for the 6th first, and then let's talk about another option that you want to lay out.
Yeah, so to keep us compliant with the state, what I would like to see, and Brianne and I have kind of talked about this, is for Brianne to maintain the title as director of record on a temporary part-time basis while we work through this process of hiring some sort of position to serve in that role or to not serve in that role. So Brianne is willing to do that for Benzie County while we work through this next 6, 8, 12 months as to what equalization looks like in Benzie County. And during that time, then we can figure out, are we going to hire a director? Or are we going to try to hire a deputy director and keep a contracted position, or what? She is willing to maintain that director of record status for Benzie County to keep us compliant.
And we want to discuss that thoroughly today, but to keep Brianne on as a contract employee, have we discussed terms with her at all?
No.
Okay, so today, I see what your motion is, but it seems to me that we need to put the horse before the cart here and decide what does the September 6th look like for us? When could we, assuming we want to move forward with that, which I'm not sure how much option we have to not do that. What does that look like? When would we see a contract that we could approve or modify?
Hopefully by the 9th.
Okay, so we're gonna have a gap somewhere. And that doesn't cause us any heartburn, no compliance issues?
No, the temporary, the state understands that sometimes there's turnover. And so a temporary short gap per se is okay.
Also, to actually change the director of record, you would have to submit the forms to the state. So until those are actually filed, we're still covered.
It almost handcuffs her.
Okay.
So Brianne would be leaving. She wouldn't have any office hours here, anything like that, but she would be the equalization director of record. So anything that needed a signature by the state, how do we even base what that costs the county to have Brianne in that role?
I think it can be done in many, many different ways. Because there could be a potential of maybe Brianne is in the office 2-3 hours a week or 8 hours a week or something like that. I think it's really how we want to marry it up, marinate it up to what it looks like.
I know when we had Polly here training Brianne, that was at a premium.
Yes.
That was, that's not something we want the county to have to absorb again.
Correct. There was also other situations in that with the corrective action plan that we were in, so yes, we paid a premium to fix what had been done. So this can be, obviously, we can discuss this with Brianne, maybe in a private setting. But this can really be shaped up how we want it to be shaped up to bridge the gap.
And you've discussed this with your new employer?
I have, yep.
And they're in agreement that you could, for a period of time to be determined, you could be available to us?
Yes, yep.
So what needs to be worked out is the conditions and the economics of it, the money.
Right.
Okay. And you're saying by the 9th, which is apparently our September meeting,
Yeah.
we could have that worked out. Okay, and you'll work that directly with her, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So can we wait to take action on this until the 9th? When we have the details and everything discussed and?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not taking action on that
Okay.
piece of it today at all.
Okay, very good.
I just wanted to break this out into two pieces.
Sure, yeah.
So I'm gonna let you guys, we're gonna have you guys work that out. Hopefully it can be to an amicable relationship, okay?
Yeah.
The second piece of this is a hybrid or alternative to how we manage equalization.
Going forward.
Why don't we jump into that?
Yeah, and so maybe this is where Brianne and Polly can kind of chime in about what things look like in Michigan right now. From what I've learned from the both of them is having a full-time equalization director on staff managing the office is kind of becoming less than normal. There's many equalization directors, and I believe you spoke with Tony yesterday, Art, who talked about this, who alluded to this. And so I want them to kind of give an overview of what the lay of the land looks like in Michigan, and then talk about this possibility of potentially keeping an equalization director of record as a contracted person, and then hiring like a deputy director who manages the day-to-day, manages the office, and is that conduit between the contract. That seems to be more perhaps of a doable thing for equalization than trying to find an equalization director.
Yeah. So, you had mentioned, I had spoken, Tony? Okay,
Hard to-
so, he actually is a director of record for, I think, 7 counties now.
Yeah.
And so it is something that is possible. And the actual structure of the office does vary depending on, the duties that the office, additional duties, I would say the office performs. In our office, we do addressing. There are extras, but overall, we do the data entry, getting all of that information in so we can actually run the reports for the state. And so the structure, it did kind of vary from a just completely remote office to up to 2 people. And so not everyone was a deputy. I had actually spoke with him and he says they don't actually have that designation, but they do actually have 2 people. So from fully remote to 2 people in the office, and then the director of record would being completely remote. So that's kind of the range of services. And then, like I said, we do have extras as far as other departments. We assist other departments as well. We do get a lot of counter traffic in our office, a lot of phone calls, and we also do support a lot of our local unit as far as tax subscriptions. So really, I believe in our situation that having an office, a staffed office, is extremely important, not only for getting all the data entry in, but support for our local township. We have good relationship with them.
So are you saying there's some counties that have fully remote equalization departments?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So let me ask this, we share services for our health department, for our court system, for our community mental health. Is there any opportunity to share equalization staff?
So there,
I believe there would, sorry, Polly
Go ahead.
Cairns, I believe there would be some opportunities for that. It just depends on the day-to-day management of what you expect. And as Brianne has mentioned as well, and it's Katie, the handling of the public, you don't want to miss those opportunities. So there's quite a gamut of ways that you could manage the office. Got one person in there, again, they don't have to be a deputy. They can just be the responder, and then have appropriate office hours or hours of when they're going to respond to taxpayers and the other townships and the other assessors. But they can be fully remote. It's the desire of the commission and what the government wants here. It's it just varies so significantly. I mean, I did my first remote gig in Antrim County in 2015, and I worked there for nearly 2 years. And I don't think that I went to the office more than 7 times. Went for meetings, there was staff in the office, and then there's other offices that there's nobody in.
Let me ask you this, Polly, is this career path just not on the radar of our schools and, you know, Northwestern Michigan College? I mean, we're having a very hard time finding people like the two of you with the credentials to do this job. Is it just for lack of getting the word out there that this is a really, I mean, it's a good career opportunity with demand?
There is demand. Most people in the assessing field don't get into the assessing field. I think the latest study was till their mid-40s. So it's not a career path. I'm a real estate appraiser by nature, and I wanted to come back to Traverse City, Michigan, my hometown. And I'm like, oh, assessing sounds interesting. I might be able to know how to do that. Oh, it was way more complicated than I thought. And over the past, since 1997, for the past 28 years since I've been doing it, it has compounded. I mean, we are assessors, we're appraisers, we're equalization directors, we're detectives, we're title people, we're lawyers. And it's not the same job it was 20 years ago. So it is more and more difficult to find people who want to work hard, who want to work with the public. That's also, you've got to have a certain personality, and you have to have a little bit of a thick skin, because people don't always understand the tax system, and they can feel very threatened by it. So for us, and my working with Brianne, I've always been very open to help the public understand and go above and beyond to make sure they understand what that process is, as well as commissioners or other officials. Equalization is a little bit different than the assessing field, but I mean, they're struggling all over the state.
Other questions?
Yeah, I got one.
Please.
This is more for Katie, I think. The equalization department, there has certain things statutorily that they have to do.
Yep.
If we contract that out and the contractor is not meeting those requirements, it still falls back to the county to make sure it's getting done. I mean, where the state can come in and say, we're gonna take it over from you and it's gonna cost you X amount of dollars. So it's on the county, not necessarily the person that we contract that out to.
Right.
So we're not,
That's where we need to do our due diligence and to bring in the right person and people on board to fulfill the duties. Because yes, that could still happen.
You're not offloading that liability.
No.
You still have that.
It
And
was, sorry, it was a responsibility with the previous director. And you know, those things happen, life gets in the way sometimes. And so we were able to rectify that forward, but I don't anticipate if you did go out to look for other firms that you would not do your due diligence to make sure that they have a good history of that. And all the firms that I know, or the individuals that are performing those services, personally, ones that I'm familiar with, there has not been problems. So, you know, there's a lot of services available out there.
For those of you that are newer to the board, our previous equalization director, because of some life challenges, had let some things get out of compliance, and we weren't even really aware of it initially. We were able to work our way through it thanks to you guys, but so we've kind of been there before.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's not like they come in and just shut the doors on you. They give you time to take corrective action, but ultimately it does fall back to the county because it's a county responsibility.
So in your packet, I included what Brianne had provided me of the statutory duties of of the equalization department director. Brianne, will you touch on all the things that our department does outside of those required duties? Because that's what's playing into this whole how many staff we need down there is our equalization department does a lot more than they're required to do, because here in Benzie County, we take on just to fill in the gaps.
Yeah. So I kind of had touched on it already, but addressing is a big one. We are the addressing authority for the county. We also will issue any new roads, so we work closely with 911. We also assist the townships a lot. So any description corrections, we process all splits and combinations for our townships, all of the mapping. So we actually hand draw our tax maps We also are we work closely with the GIS company. So sending them regular database backup, any third-party requests for polygon layers, all of those come through us to process. There's a lot. I feel like there's a lot.
So will we be relooking at what we want our equalization department to look like? This will be essentially a reconfiguration and a reconstitution?
Yeah, actually, I just had a meeting with Corey Ellis regarding this because when we were in staff and I said, I said, Brianne's leaving us, and 3 departments right away were like, "Wah!" Because she works so closely with the treasurer's office, so closely with the register of deeds, so closely with central dispatch. There's a lot of intrigued people in this building who want to make sure whatever we're doing it right. So I just had a meeting with Corey specifically to talk about GIS. And, the requirements of our mapping system and the 911 response with the GIS systems, it's getting harder and harder and more specific. And so we may be leading to this spot where we need to consider maybe a staff person related to GIS specifically. I don't know. We help our townships a lot. Benzie County is very unique that we don't have, a whole bunch of charter townships who can bring on full-time staff to do assessing. And so we have to do a lot of hand-holding, and not saying we're not happy to do that, but that is a lot that the county is then taking on that burden for the townships. And so we need to look at what are we doing in the best interest of Benzie County, but then Benzie County also as a whole. How do we continue to support these folks? How do we continue to do these things to meet the requirements of GIS mapping and the layers and 911? We really need to take a hard look at how we're doing these things, because we're really carrying the burden for more than just Benzie County government with equalization.
And if I can reiterate, Katie's correct. The GIS is changed dramatically. And so the addressing, things like that. I come from a jurisdiction where we had to do a lot of the addressing as well. And it's just more and more complicated, and having a dedicated GIS department and or company is just paramount, especially for 911.
Sure you don't want to stay?
The reason we went with the Cooley Go for GIS is because we were so far out of compliance with our mapping, from a 911 standpoint, as well as our just mapping standpoint. And so that's why we partnered with Cooley Go, and that's why we've kept that contract going. But we are going to get to a point where it doesn't make sense to contract or hire. We need to talk about that. So we want to make sure we're doing this right. And there's a lot of folks within here in Benzie County that have an opinion on this because of the support this office has for so many other departments.
Go ahead, please.
In this hybrid model, it would be the director of record have all the certification.
Yeah.
What would the deputy do? Basically an office manager or?
Yeah, but I think it's very important for them to have a license as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Because not only that, but, and it kind of ties in with assisting townships, but we are a resource for a lot of the township assessors as well. So they come to us with questions, any kind of update, recommendations for education, things like that. And so if you're going to have someone in the office, I believe they should kind of be similar.
Know the job, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And as you'll recall, there's multiple levels of licensing for assessing and equalization. Holly's a 4, Brianne's a 3, then there's a 2 and a 1. Kat, who's in equalization downstairs, I believe she's working on her level 1. Or working on 2 now.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So we do have great staff down there who want to grow and progress in the career. So we love that. So there are the different levels of licensure that we can look at. But Brianne is absolutely right. Those folks with at least the basics of level 1 even is so much more beneficial than having none at all. Even our treasurer's office has went through and taken the level 1 certification so that they can speak the language between equalization and treasurer. I believe Kelly was just at that training a couple of months ago, working on her level 1 specifically. It's very important that we have those certifications in place.
And that was something that I was kind of wondering as well, because I knew we had somebody kind of on track trying to go through the levels. And if we do this, what does that mean for the person we're investing in?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could mean good things. It could mean, it could mean a lot of things. She's been in the role for a pretty short period of time. not saying she's not capable or has the abilities. But I think no matter how we move forward with this, we would do a, full approach of looking at who's out there and willing to come, and then just determining the best candidate for that position, whatever that position might be.
If I could just add, after having spent quite a bit of time on the phone yesterday at your encouragement, with someone that's an expert in the field, things I learned that I thought might be helpful is that of the 83 counties in Michigan, only 63 of them have directors dedicated to that county. So you can see there's a big gap there. This particular individual owns a company called Assessing Solutions, Inc. I didn't take it at all as if they were making a case for their own company, but did share with me that they serve 7 counties and that a contract can look any way you want it to look. They can fully staff it themselves. You can provide internal staff. They just provide the director. No matter what happens, the director is always reporting to the Board of Commissioners anyway, even though we kind of have this direction through Katie. Ultimately, the director is reporting to us. Your contract, your RFP can consider office hours and what they referred to as study work, which I think is field work. I'm not quite sure. So I learned that. So there's a lot of varieties in which you can structure this. And when I got done with the conversation, what I took away from it is kind of looks like our building department.
Exactly.
We contract
That
everything
is.
out. And that's what would happen with this. If there's a staffing issue, it becomes their issue. If they have to work harder to get reports in, that's their issue to get those done. So what I'd like to do is see if I could get somebody to make a motion to at least instruct the administration to explore this as a hybrid option. We've already talked about what our immediate plan is, and then we can explore this in the meantime.
And this would likely be at a cost savings to the county.
It could.
Well,
be.
Yeah.
in fact, I'm glad you said that. This individual told me that on average, these equalization directors making about 80 grand a year on average, and that you should expect to see a savings if you contract it out, because they take their administrative overhead, spread it among multiple counties rather than just the one.
So I would be happy to make that motion to explore this hybrid option for the equalization department.
Okay,
Mark will support.
and you have the language for that?
Do.
Can we do that by voice vote or roll call,
Roll.
please?
Trigg?
This is just investigating.
This is.
Yeah, this is the
The,
Explorer.
the motion says that the Board of Commissioners supports
Okay.
moving forward with a hybrid approach to equalization, including contracting the equalization director of record and hiring a deputy director position for office management and day-to-day operations. Key here is moving forward to investigate.
We still have to establish the position on the roster, establish a salary, establish what that looks like. Is it somebody who's in the office day to day, or do we explore this contracting for an equalization director of record and they manage the whole kit and caboodle, or are they just the director of record and we still have staff on site? So this would give us that, you guys support us moving forward and coming up with what model we believe would work for Benzie County to then bring back to you for approval so we can officially go forward.
Okay, yes, I support the investigation of. Yeah, Trig, yes.
Davis?
You got it.
Yes.
Janai?
Yes.
Markey?
Yes.
Nye?
Yes,
Roloffs?
Yes.
Motion carried.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you both.
We'll be in touch.
And Katie, thank you for bringing us options on these type of things.
Yeah.
Listen, I know it's been a long meeting. There's others that are still waiting to do presentations, but we've been back out of session for 2 hours. Would anybody like to take a break?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Yep. Thank you.
5,
Now we can get started.
I tried, Tim. You want to introduce the next agenda item? 80?
Yep. All right. So in your packet, you have a budget amendment related to the front of the court parenting services. There's been funding available for quite some time. And my understanding is pre-COVID, we did spend money on parenting services. So this is services that are chaperoned essentially by a professional. We pay that professional to chaperone these parenting times. Kind of went by the wayside because of COVID, as a lot of things did. And so Clayton has asked that these funds be budgeted so that they can start implementing more parenting time on behalf of the front of the court. Like I said, the funding is there. It's just a matter of budgeting to use those funds.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. The Board of Commissioners authorizes the budget amendment in the amount of $10,000 to 215 front of the court.
Mark will support.
Let's open it up to questions.
This is like supervised visitation and things like that.
Yeah, chaperoning
People
wasn't the
are-
right word, but yes,
Yeah.
supervised.
That's chaperone covers
mean-
that.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
motion carried.
Want to introduce the next subject, Katie?
Yes, so John Ransom is here and John Troop is online to talk about the request from the Conservation District for GIS services. We really appreciate you waiting around all day. I will go ahead and put the presentation online as well as allow John to speak if he needs to on Zoom. We've kind of talked about this a time or two, very high level. It's been brought up. I know that Rhonda does serve on the Water Smart Land Use Committee, and I know this has been talked about there as well. So I will let John Ransom take it away.
I would just add before you get started, and thanks for your patience,
Yeah.
by the way. I was able to sit through this presentation also
Oh, good.
on a Saturday at the Mills House.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we like to tell stories and show pictures in the conservation world, but I will make this very quick. I'm
Take whatever time you need.
try not to be too verbose. Thank you all for having me. Thank you all for being patient. Like Katie said, I'm with the Benzie Conservation District, stepping in for John Troop right now, who is in the UP with his family, but has been patiently online and representing the Northwest Michigan Watershed Coalition. So you can go to the next one. Our mission is to empower communities, prioritize water quality and all decision-making in Northern Michigan. So we work with groups from Benzie County mostly, but Leelanau County, Grand Traverse, and Manistee County. That's kind of our region where our partners are. You go to the next one. And the problem or the challenge, I would say, is, Northern Michigan is growing. More people are here year round, more businesses, more visitors. And where communities are always challenged to balance, development, housing with protecting our natural resources, which is why most people want to live up here. Sometimes we get it wrong, right? So, the Dollar General and Benzie, that was a project that was started. If you would have gone to the Eagle wetland map viewer, you would have saw that property was a wetland. 2 years prior, a company came in, tried to build there. They did a wetland delineation. It showed where the boundary of the wetland was. Once that was officially off the record in 2 years, another company came in and just moved forward. They got all the local zoning approved. The state, manages our wetlands and our water bodies, and there was no communication there. There was no check mark that someone locally had to check that they got the state permit, and obviously that project didn't go through. The zoning information is inconsistent. There's gaps. All the townships do their own zoning, which is fine. But if you're a developer, if you're looking at the county as a whole, it can be tricky. Information is all over the place. And then again, that communication between local, state, federal processes are not necessarily there. It relies on stakeholders to go through the process, multiple systems. It requires the coordination of, someone to go through the state and the local permitting processes. It relies on citizen watchdogs really to be the ones that
look after our natural resources when it comes to development and land use issues. And this all creates really a high risk of public failure. So, you know, we know the examples in the county that have dealt with, but it's something that I think we can fix. So I think there's a potential solution, which is to bring a tool to the county that would serve all the townships, a county hosted, accessible, user-friendly zoning database and map. So we had a proposal through Caligo, which I think is in your board packet. It's the group that already works with the county to do the parcel GIS map, which was brought up just moments ago. But basically, some of the townships were already starting to talk about digitizing their zoning maps. And instead of going township to township, this is kind of the purpose of our committee, is to say, well, why don't we all work together, reduce the costs, find a place that makes sense to house this thing. And if you go to the next one, you know, really creating a one-stop shop for a resource for property owners, for businesses, developers, zoning administrators. You know, everyone can use this tool. It's all publicly available information, but we just want to put it all in one spot. So if you went to a parcel in Benzie County, you could say, you know, this is zoned, whatever it's zoned. In this county, it's within a wetland, it's, you know, within 500 feet of surface water, whatever it is. And then it could show you the information that you would need for that parcel. So if you wanted to build on this parcel, it would show you, you know, you're within the Crystal Lake Township, Crystal Lake overlay, and there's steep slopes ordinances, and you have a steep slope. So there's going to be a requirement for how many trees you have to leave on the property, how much impervious surface is. All of that could all be housed in one spot. So if you go to the next one, we're working with, like I said, with Caligo. So they put together this proposal. These are the map layers that we're proposing to start with in this tool. So the big one is all the zoning for all the townships. So digitizing those and getting those on the county parcel map would be a big one. And then we can add in, there's public data available for wetlands, soils, land use, elevation, floodplains, the watershed overlays, you know, and then we can put in other tools like well locations. The Land Conservancy has priority landscapes for preservation. So we can put all of those on one map, and we can look at the county as a whole and say, you know, where does development make sense? Where does housing projects make sense? Where does environmental protection need to be prioritized? I think go to the next one. And then we can add in links on those parcels. So once you click on a parcel, it will show you, you know, what it's zoned, and then it could take you directly to the township zoning regulation for, you know, R5 parcel. It can take you right to the Eagle website for wetland, you know, permitting if you're within that buffer of a wetland or a surface body. All those sorts of things can all be put on one thing. We can even go beyond that and just put in best management practices for that sort of parcel, for that area of the county. It could be shareable on multiple locations. So we would ask that the county house it, you know, with your parcel data, but that can be shared on township websites, partner websites, all that sort of thing. And then, you know, that creates a platform for future decision-making improvements, and, you know, we can kind of build from here. So the next one, here's an example. So this is a map that is put together by Caligo in Dickinson County in the UP. And you can see that the same parcel map that we have, but they have been able to overlay their county, and they actually have the village of Norway there. Their zoning is all overlaid right here. So you can click on those parcels and see what the zoning is. There's another example I use. It's a different company that put this together for the city of Traverse City, but it's got a better example of, if you click on an actual parcel, there's a link to the zoning code right there. So you can click on that link. It'll take you to the city zoning code for that. You know, this is R2. So for that parcel, this is kind of what we see. Why now? I mean, because we didn't do it 10 years ago. It's like planting a tree. This is the second best time to do it, is now, because we didn't do it before. Obviously, you know, we feel like Benzie is growing. There's a lot of pressure on our natural features. Community is built on the foundation of natural features like Crystal Lake and the Platte River, and all those sorts of things are more resilient than, you know, ones that are built on the whims of industry. So this is really the time to protect our what makes our community so vibrant. I think the next one, you know, this is just aligned with strategies across the county, across townships. You know, this is from your master plan: identify programs and services in the county shared between municipalities in order to reduce redundancies. So instead of all these townships doing this separately, let's just do it at a county level. This is how we can support our township zoning. Provide a one-stop shop. That's exactly what we're asking to do. So we're just kind of help you sort of situation here. We have a lot of support. So if you go to the next one, we've talked to a lot of township, either, you know, administrators or zoning administrators, supervisors, I mean. And so we have a lot of buy-in right now. Lots of them have questions for us, you know, with this process, but this is really just the right time because some of them are already thinking about this process, and I think we just need to kind of get ahead of it and all work together. But we have buy-in, our Eagle representative for the Water Resources Division at one of our water coalition meetings, you know, kind of thought that this would be a great tool to take statewide. Really, every county should have a tool like this. So, you know, we can kind of lead by example, I think. So the request is to basically have the county pay for the tool itself, the $34,000 in the proposal. You can see the breakdown with the time spent on each layer. A lot of our partners that have looked at this proposal feel like it's cheap, maybe too cheap. Maybe we should be asking for more or thinking that it's going to cost more. But this is what Caligo says they can do it for. And then the BCD, the Water Smart Land Use Committee, is committed to coordinating this project, working with Caligo, working with the county, making sure that this gets done on time, on budget, that the tools work the way we want it to, providing the information that we want to add into the map. You know, we do have to think about what this looks like moving forward. So they do have a subscription level that you guys already pay, $1,800 a year. I think we build it just into that same subscription. So if the county has a subscription, if the townships did it separately, they would each have to pay $1,800. But if we can do it as one, I think that would cover it. There would be, so we want to keep these maps up to date. So we would come up with a schedule where we would talk to all the townships. They would provide any changes that they need to make to their map if they change their zoning at all to make sure everything's up to date. And then we'd probably come up with a schedule for making sure that the wetland and the land use and all those other layers are up to date. Those are publicly available, again, through the state or through other entities. So we can make sure those are up to date. I'm sure there'll be some sort of like maintenance cost involved with that we can, at this point, we're kind of at the point where we'll figure that out in the future. But, you know, the kind of this upfront cost of building the map, building the tool is what we're asking for. So with that, I'm sure there's lots of questions.
It's a lot of information with a lot of questions probably.
Sure.
Right. Questions from the commissioners?
I have some.
And you were also at that meeting that this was presented before too, right?
I don't remember seeing that one specifically.
No, you went to the zoning atlas,
Thank you.
this is like a Benzie version of that.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is new, and so this was actually very helpful. So John came a while ago and made mention of it here as kind of one of the projects he wanted to get off the ground. And then I went to the Crystal Lake Township meeting and they were like, oh man, this is great. And they put in their, you know, they've got a letter and they're all excited. And I'm like, so is this the same thing that the you know, I didn't understand. And to me, it made sense that it would go through our zoning or right now it's an equalization. And so that made sense to me. And then I see, oh my gosh, we're having trouble in equalization. How is this gonna work? So So, yeah, I think maybe we do need some, to look at this a little bit more. I mean, of course, I think it's great, right? It's like you said, a one-stop shop, it's transparency. You know what I mean? When Joe Q Public has a question about, oh my gosh, they shouldn't be over there, then go right to the map and see they can or they cannot, right? And so I don't know, I think that's a pretty powerful thing. And it's supporting our townships. The townships have been asking us for a lot of things and we've been like, no, and especially with zoning. And I mean, while I'm a little excited. While these are just some of my thoughts. While we aren't the zoning administrators and we aren't telling them what to do, we're at least offering a tool. And I see that as kind of a boon. Kind of like what we were doing with the whatever those computers were for the fire. Thank you. I see that as kind of a boon. So this is actually pretty exciting to me. But I think we need to look a little bit more. If we wanted that to be in our equalization department, we would need to have maybe a person. Because one thing I did is I did actually go to the equalization website, and I looked at the GIS and I'm like, I don't know what I'm looking at here. So I see that. What about that? So, I feel like I'm Joe Q Public. I went to the equalization and I went to the map and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. It's a really good point, and it's something that I think we want to make sure that we work closely with Caligo on making sure that it's very easy to access, because I agree with you. They have a lot of information already on the parcel map, and it's not necessarily that easy to understand unless you're probably working with equalization. This, we're hoping that it's very easy. So like the Traverse City example, where if you clicked on a spot, it would bring up all the layers that are involved and links to all those resources. So you wouldn't have to necessarily go digging and understanding what all the layers are, that there would be enough information in there. And, like there's a lot of questions about updating and making sure that things are correct. I think we have to also think about building in like dates of when things were updated and where you can go to make sure that this is correct. And probably a lot of, depends on how we want to build it, but it can either be authoritative where this is the zoning map, or this is a tool for education. So you can click on it, but take it with a grain of salt. Maybe it's not fully updated. Maybe there's not all the information is there. There still might be other pieces that you need to get. I'd lean towards kind of the latter, trying to make sure that everything is up to date and in there, but that it's not a legal document. But Inland Township had an issue where their map versus what their zoning said, and the map was not updated, but it was taken as a legal document. So that's the sort of thing that we need to get all the townships on the same page. And I think digitizing and bringing them up, everyone up to kind of the same level, is going to help a lot. So yeah.
Hey folks, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you, John.
Oh, great. Okay. Thanks for setting this up, by the way, and thanks for hanging tight to hear our presentation. The other thing I'll mention too with that specific question is Gary is the rep from Caligo that we were working with, and he made it known that they are completely flexible with how the process for updating goes. And so at any moment, one of the really great questions we got from Crystal Lake Township was, and we need to identify, what is the process? So do the townships give their updates to equalization, who then bring it to Caligo? That works, and that's one option. Another option is for the townships to just send them directly to Caligo. I even would say the Conservation District is willing to support in that process. So that process should be clarified, absolutely, and we do have the flexibility to sort of pick our destiny that way.
So you'll probably be able to tell that I did talk to somebody from Crystal Lake Township. So are you all going to project manage this? Is that what the idea is that you will all be the kind of the housers of, and you'll be saying, okay, townships, get your maps in, and then you know, you grab them and then at the date you send them to the GIS people, the C name.
Yeah.
Caligo.
Caligo. That is my understanding, and John, maybe you can clarify too, is that this will be overseen by the Conservation District and the Water Smart Land Use Committee, which is made up of a lot of folks, like I said, that are on these township boards or zoning administrators, so they can make sure that the process is going smoothly. I don't, you know, since the county is going to probably be housing it and working with the contractor, which is a contractor you guys already work with, they're definitely, we need to clarify what that relationship looks like and what those, you know, obviously what those like landmarks are for getting this process done. But you know, we're willing to facilitate as much as possible.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, John. The Conservation District wants to make it known we'd be happy to help guide this process. You know, we're vested in this, right? Both for, you know, protecting our natural resources and, you know, all of the reasons John mentioned. But then, you know, going forward, once it's established, it likely makes sense for the county to have an official role. And we would help, I'd suggest, and we would help maybe foster some lightweight memorandums of understanding or agreement with townships, if that made sense, to say, okay, yes, we commit to, you know, annually submitting any zoning changes that have occurred in our township or whatever schedule makes sense. Those details should be worked out through this process. Absolutely.
Why don't we give some other commissioners a chance to chime in? Rhonda, do you have anything?
Oh, yeah. I had the privilege of being at the table for a little bit of this process, and I just want to highlight the talent and the amount of hours and the journey that this has been, from the initial stages of just trying to identify gaps that lead to our resources not being protected, into just this Jim Anderson. I mean, I can't say that name enough in this process. His contribution to realizing that a lot of the mistakes that have happened, and there've been some big mistakes, if the information was available and the documents were available, and our system of having such autonomous zoning, such siloed zoning, if this tool had been in place, a lot of those situations wouldn't have had to happen. And I don't want to name names because this isn't the time or place, but this is a solution that allows the county to collaborate. That's one thing we know is important to communities, is collaboration to provide services. It's one thing we've committed to for our community, is committing services. It's a tool that makes us a player in facilitating good land use and being a partner with our townships. And I really appreciate the fact that the Conservation District has helped us, given us an opportunity to use our own master plan to do something active, to align with what we said is important to us. It's just so valuable. I'm 100% behind this effort, and I think it's going to be a great tool. I think that the effort behind it is beyond measure. These folks are committed. The level of, they went through interviews and interviews of different zoning administrators to say, okay, well, how do you do it? Where are the flaws? Do you have support? Where do you get your information? I mean, the time that went into the idea that this is the tool that we need as a community, my hat's off. You guys have done a great job, and I think it's really going to be a benefit to our community, and I would like to see this happen. So that's where I'm at.
Other comments or questions?
So just, I mean, I love the idea because I was actually the supervisor in Inland when all that happened. And, you know, I had put up for a year to have the planning commission redo the master plan, not knowing that the map that was in the original master plan was the legal one that actually didn't even get updated with the new master plan. And just having the ability for the zoning administrator to say, hey, we rezoned this, I need it changed on the map. It just is huge. The only question I've gotten back from any of the townships is the ongoing costs.
Yeah.
And I know you said that's something to figure out later, but At least from the questions I'm getting, that's something they want to know before they sign on.
Yeah. And that's fair. I mean, besides the subscription, technically we can build this thing and then just pay the $1,800 to have it housed. But again, you know, we do have to think about if we go in and make changes annually, what does that look like? I mean, how often are there big zoning changes in townships? Not often. They're usually maybe a couple parcels or something like that. And this is not necessarily coming from me. This is coming from that committee of people that actually do this work. So, you know, I think he had in there, you know, like $200 to $400 annually to make sure that things are updated, just because they don't foresee there being big changes. Once the thing is built, we're just kind of.
And that's per entity or?
No, I'll jump in here. Two things. I chatted with Gary in preparation for this a couple days ago, and he confirmed the county is already paying the $1,800 annual maintenance subscription. Whereas if this was a township by township thing, each township would have to pay that annual subscription. So there's a huge savings for our community there. And I grilled him a little bit because he said $200 to $400 at most for annual maintenance to update all of the authoritative zoning information. That felt really low to me. And so I questioned him on it a couple of times, and he was very confident that this is mostly an upfront cost thing. We build the tool, and then the ongoing maintenance is very minimal. And as you could see from, you know, the presentation, they've done this for other communities in the UP, building the zoning data. We would build a more robust tool, but the changes would be similar to those of the UP. So they do have a sense of what it would cost every year. And so that's the total cost. I would recommend that the county considers taking on, just because you'd be hosting the tool, of $200 to $400 a year.
No, do you guys have you work with them now and you update equalization through their part? Like, what's the budget item there? You know, it might be, I'm guessing would be less than what you would be updating the equalization as.
Yeah, so the most of our updates now are 911 related. And so every time there's something that shifts or changes or an address or whatever, a lot of the times the changes are initiated by 911, also because the state audits those maps much more vigorously than anyone else. So the majority of the changes are there, but we do have some for equalization with new addresses and such. Right now, I want to say it's like under 10 grand that we're paying for maintenance throughout the year.
I need to understand where we're at here. Are we looking for a up or down on this today? Or are we looking to just have administration bring us more information? What's the ask here?
That's really up to you. I did not have any motions framed up in the packet specifically, but the board could take action. If the board does want to support this, I just, you know, where are we taking the money from? It's not currently budgeted and it's not in the draft budget at the moment. Obviously, we haven't adopted that budget yet, so we still have time to change things. So I would want to hear your thoughts on where you think this money could come from. I have some ideas, but I'd love to hear yours.
And Jen, the upfront cost is $34,000, and then $1,800 a year plus another $400 for annual fees.
Right, and the 18, I believe you're already paying, so it wouldn't be an increase.
So we're already paying the 18.
And would this be in substitution of something else, another service we're already getting that we wouldn't have to get any longer?
No, this is in addition to
This is
what we already
addition.
have.
Okay. And the townships would pay nothing for this,
Well,
even though they would benefit from it.
Well, one of my thoughts is potentially the townships could cost share this initial $34,000 because it's benefiting all of them. And if we're going to bear the ongoing costs, I would hope that maybe they had a little money to help pay for that 34,000 because this is a little bit unexpected.
Well, and since they greatly benefit from it.
And many of them have already signed on to supporting it, supporting the endeavor. So I would think that many of them would support it in a monetary way.
And is there another company that provides a similar service?
sure there are. I know Leelanau uses a different company, Grand Traverse uses a different company. I cannot tell you off the top of my head
They
what
use
they
the
are.
Esri.
Esri, yeah.
Yeah, when we went with Caligo a few years ago, Brianne and I, we did that whole cost, looking out at the cost and trying to figure out, you know, what this was going to look like, because GIS was managed internally, and that was part of the issues with the corrective action plan and all of that. This all kind of came to light at the same time. And we looked at Esri and we looked at some other options, and Caligo was by far the cheapest avenue to provide this service.
Because of the price tag on it, I mean, are we obligated to do an RFP if we're gonna look to upgrade our service?
I don't think that we're obligated to, because we have an existing contract with this company for all other GIS responsibilities with the county.
That's it.
You know, if we do an RFP and you try to go with somebody else, they're not going to necessarily be able to talk to Caligo, and now we have two databases.
Gotcha. What's the pleasure of the board?
Would the villages be on there too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, that's the plan. So they actually did like a little assessment too. So they went through and looked at all the townships and villages, and they saw, you know, who had available online GIS layers and who they'd have to build it for. So some of the higher cost is for the townships that don't have a GIS layer for their zoning, that Caligo would actually have to go through and manually build those layers for the zoning. But again, that's kind of just, you're going to be bringing all the kind of rising all the townships to the same layer. So at least we're all on the same level of sophistication and technology. So yeah, you can go through there and see which ones would actually need to be built, but all of it built into the one line item for the zoning map update, which I could see is in there. You can see it's the highest one, 12 to 16,000 for that.
I'll jump in real quick here to say I really love the idea of a matching component. We were not sure. We you know, some of the folks we've talked to have expressed some willingness to do that. Two things though, I don't know what the appropriate cost is. We could figure that out a few different ways. You know, how much to ask the townships to support this project. We'd hate to have anyone sort of opting out, either, you know, stalling the progress or shifting the deliverable. One of the really key things here, right, is data consistency and, you know, just the complete tool, everything being together in a cohesive fashion. So it wouldn't be as useful if we were sort of, say, missing townships. So I would just to note that, to recognize that, I think that's a really good structure to think about. But you know, if one or two townships felt they didn't want to financially support the project, we'd have to think about what that means. And I'd also say Crystal Lake Township did provide excellent feedback, and you know, the things they wanted to see, I would say, are our next steps in this process. A more formal proposal as to how this is actually going to go, those maintenance schedules, what the actual deliverables are, things like that. So that's the very next step for us as well.
Katie, you had some ideas about funding. Did you want to share those?
Well, one of the ideas would be township support. I think that we have a vast majority of our townships who would sign on for a small monetary amount. I wouldn't wager the project though on those commitments to dollars. I think from a county standpoint, you know, we're constantly talking about the fund balance and how we're above our policy and how are we going to spend these dollars that make a big impact. And so this would be right for the taking, specifically for the fund balance. I also believe we still have a few dollars left that were considered ARPA at one time that are now general fund dollars. There may be some funding there too to help stack those funds together to pay for this project.
Katie, everybody talked about though that with the surplus, having to supplement the jail, or what was
Central dispatch?
Central dispatch, that's going to take a big bite out of that.
Not quite. So once we put the final numbers in there, and this is in your draft budget, with adjusting the MERS and adjusting the insurances and things like that, because we had projected higher percentages for renewals, bringing that down, we're only having to budget to support the central dispatch fund by 160,000 when initially it was about 230,000. And again, those dollars are last in. So we still have 2.5 vacant positions in that office. And so, unless we miraculously, which I hope we do, fully staff that department, there's a very, very probable chance we won't use a penny of those general fund dollars because we're budgeting as if we're full staff.
And
we have over $300,000 in fund balance to spend before we get down to that 25%.
5%.
see,
And the only other commitment to fund balance as of now is to replace the MDTs for the sheriff's office, which is about $40,000.
do we have any other pending obligations that aren't reflected in our budget, such as the jail? And I know that's another discussion, but
No.
what's your pleasure, folks?
John, did you also, we had talked a little bit about mitigating the Cooligo costs with some skill sets that people at the Conservation District might have as far as mapping. Did I understand that conversation correctly? Did you think that could come down a little bit?
Yeah, Rhonda, I don't know which John you were referring to, but I'm assuming if that was me, that was a conversation we had, so that makes sense. I think that's very possible. Now, I hate to sort of overpromise here, but I'll say again, in my last conversation with Gary from Cooligo, he felt, I have a GIS background myself. And some of the estimates in there were very conservative from their standpoint. So Gary, right out of the gate, thought, 34,000 can be considered a not to exceed number. He also thought it was going to come in probably quite a bit less, maybe in the $25,000 range, but they're estimating high. And there is the possibility that, like, if we have the available staff time, we may be able to do a little bit of the legwork in creating these layers. But at this time, we don't really know what our work plan is looking like next year, what our capacity is going to be due to grants and things like that. So I can't promise that. But it is another note to say, we're committed to this project. And if we can lean in with our staff time to reduce that cost for the county, we would be more than happy to do that.
I mean, I've had the opportunity and the privilege to be aware of this. So in my mind, this project, I knew the ask was coming up. So in my mind, it's already been, okay, we're here, here's what's left I've kind of incorporated it into the budget already, but I want to be sensitive and respectful of the fact that many of you are seeing this number for the first time. I would be happy to wait until our next meeting to make a motion to support this, to give people time to sit with it and develop what the bottom line is, if there was going to be an ask of the townships at all, but I fully intend to make that motion, if not today, then at our next meeting to support this project.
Yeah, I would fully support that motion right now. It's just a question of how we do it. Ask the townships to put in, or
Well,
do we just take it on?
Of course, what we heard is that don't make your commitment contingent on the townships financially supporting this.
Right.
So we can certainly explore that, but I think that what's being asked is that we fully commit, if we're going to approve this, fully commit to it regardless of what the townships do.
Right.
Anybody not prepared with where they're at on this? Again, I've had a longer time to sit with this subject, and I am willing to wait. But if everybody kind of knows, I mean, I'm not asking how you would vote. I'm saying, would anybody appreciate having more time to consider this?
I would.
Okay.
I'm very familiar with GIS mapping, so I'm very comfortable with this right now.
Well, you've got 3 people that have suggested they're willing to vote affirmatively on it. I suggest someone put a motion out there and let's just see where it goes.
All right, I'm going to make a motion that the Board of Commissioners approve funding of the Cooligo GIS mapping proposal in the amount not to exceed $34,000 with funds coming from
The general fund balance.
the general fund balance.
Craig supports.
Any other discussion? We'll need a roll call on that.
Janat,
No.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay. Thanks for your patience,
Yep.
guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you all.
All right. You want to introduce the next subject, Katie?
Yes, let me open my computer. All right, so next up on the agenda is adopting the amended strategic priorities, goals, and action plan. At the last study session, we went over the strategic plan and talked about, what it looked like, where we're at with it. And there was some changes that were suggested to the document. I believe I've encompassed all those changes in the red line. And so what's in front of you is to adopt the amended plan, which does have those tweaks in it.
We've put a lot of conversation into this.
I'll make the motion that the Board of Commissioners adopts the strategic priorities, goals, and actions for Benzie County dated August 26, 2025, as presented in the packet communication.
I'll second.
Davis, seconds. Any questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. The next item is to establish an ad hoc interview committee for both the Maples board opening and the Benzie Transportation Authority. I had approached Gary and Christy and Tim about serving in that capacity, as well as our administrator. I had some discussion with the president, or I'm sorry, the chairs of each of those organizations. They chose not to participate. So that's what the committee would be limited to. And I guess I need approval from this board to appoint those folks.
I'll make that motion.
I don't think we have a motion in there.
That the Board of Commissioners establishes an ad hoc interview committee to make recommendations regarding 2 terms on the Benzie Transportation Authority, terms expiring April 30th, 2026 and April 30th, 2027. To make recommendations regarding 1 term on the DHHS Maples Board, term expiring October 31st, 2025. And that the commissioners, Trigg, Sauer, and Markey, and the administrator be appointed to such committee.
I'll support.
Do we have to do a roll call on that? Do it.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
And Katie, you'll arrange that, correct? All right, so I believe that brings us to the end of new business. We're at commissioner reports. I'm just gonna put this out there that we're about 5 hours into this.
We can skip commissioner reports if you'd like to, Mr. Chairman.
Does anybody object if we skip the reports? Okay. Katie, are there some things that you would like to touch on for us, please?
Yeah, I do. So as you know, Leslie's new in our office. I will have an additional staff person starting this coming Tuesday, the day after Labor Day, Carissa Pike. Carissa Pike has been with Benzie County for 12 years in the sheriff's office and is coming down to our office. We're very excited to have a full staff coming next week, so we're excited about that. I will be sending you a memorandum regarding a recommendation for the sheriff's office for a rostered position as the jail administrator. I've worked through this on the back end on a few things, and I do believe that given the state of affairs where we are looking at from a liability standpoint and a staff fatigue standpoint, I have worked with the undersheriff and the sheriff to figure out a path going forward, whether it's temporary or not, but at least some sort of relief for the staff up there. I'm very conscious of the staff up there. They're very shorthanded and they're pulling a lot of extra duties. And so I do feel for the staff and I want to do what we can to try to support them. So you will be receiving something from me coming forward. Also, there has been some conversation. I've had some emails forwarded to me regarding a non-source point grant. So John, I need to follow up with you on that specifically to talk about that as well. Outside of that, things seem to be humming along in our office pretty well. We're just hit the ground running. So we're having a good time, and that's all I have unless you have questions for me.
That was pretty quick. You sure you touched on everything we should know?
Am I forgetting something? Because this is my notes.
Open enrollment tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Open enrollment starts tomorrow in person as well as Thursday. I did send out a link to all of you with a spreadsheet to sign up for one-on-one meetings if you'd like to have a one-on-one meeting. Otherwise, there are group settings as well. We are offering one-on-ones with Nationwide, Aflac, and Priority Health, as well as Advantage Benefits Group. And then there's a couple of group meetings with Advantage Benefits Group. If nothing is changing, so if you don't have an FSA, and you are not changing your HSA contribution that you make on your own behalf, if nothing is changing, you do not have to go in and do all the things again. But if anything is changing, if you opt for a limited FSA, if you need to adjust your HSA contribution, or if you want to add an additional voluntary retirement or anything like that, you will need to either come to a meeting and or log into your employee navigator. You should have seen an email from an employee navigator. If not, you will soon to log in and look at the benefits that you opt for specifically. But those will be happening tomorrow in room 206 next door to our office. And on Thursday, we'll be in the EOC, which is the lower level of the sheriff's office. We'll be up there to hopefully allow those folks to easier pop down for those meetings.
Questions for Katie?
Yes, I missed what kind of grant? A what grant? The one before this, before open enrollment, you were talking.
There's a non-source point grant that is aged. There you go, non-point source grant that I need to follow up with John about specifically. And Rhonda, you had more detail on that than I did if Christy had other questions.
Oh, was that the conversation regarding, I'm not even sure if John's aware of that. No,
There you go.
What is a non-point?
the non-point source grant is a grant that the Village of Beulah received to mitigate the E. coli effects of the water runoff from the trap farm and the
And the
slopes
dredging.
down into Beulah, Beulah dredges, and the conversation is, do you want me to get into the conversation is dredging the lagoon, and that the township, Benzonia Township, the Village of Beulah share that cost. And wondering if there should be a broader conversation. When the dredging started years and years ago, it was $15,000 to do it. It's up to about $90,000. So the thought is that perhaps other townships that border Crystal Lake and have a vested interest in participating in the health of the lake could help with those costs as long as they're needed.
Oh,
So
I can say I do know that Crystal Lake Township is doing that. And I believe
That's
Lake.
different.
Yeah.
So- Oh, no, that's-
actually, there's two things going
Yeah.
on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on up.
Sorry,
No, you're
Mark,
right.
can you
There's
come
two
up?
different conversations.
my mistake.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah.
So The non-point source grant was a grant that the village applied for in 2019 to do stormwater remediation in the village. So they're doing infiltration trenches under the trail. All the stormwater, manholes are going to have sediment traps and stuff like that. So it's to reduce the E. coli that closes down the beach. Hopefully reduce the E. coli and the nutrients that get out into Crystal Lake just from all of Beulah's, streets and stuff, just running out and literally going out into Crystal Lake. So that grant we applied for in 2019, the county approved local match for $21,000. And then COVID happened. We all forgot what happened in 2019. The project got delayed multiple times. So now we're working on it. And now we're looking to collect the match funds. And I'm kind of a partner as well as the county on this project. So I was just working with the Village, who is the grantee, who is going to be having to pay their contractors soon because after Labor Day, there'll be a bunch of construction in the village to work on those projects. And then there's the dredging of the sediment basin, which is kind of a separate subject,
Okay.
which, yeah.
Okay,
So,
that's a
but-
conversation that has to happen.
Yeah. So there's a lot of all the other townships around the lake have also promised match. And so Crystal Lake has not finally, but has kind of approved it. So these were all things that were approved in the past, but it said within the 3-year budget of the grant, which was the original time span of that grant. But since it got moved a couple of years because of COVID and other things, there's a lot of engineering issues that was going on as well. Now we're kind of outside that 3-year period, but we're still hoping that you guys will commit to that, what you originally committed to, which was $21,000. Hopefully that clarifies things.
It
If you
does.
guys have questions.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Katie? I'll open up the final public comment. Anybody have the energy?
Because we didn't do commissioner reports, if you don't mind, I'd just like to share this, the 3rd annual Salute to Services football game, Benzie Central, Frankfurt at Benzie Central this Thursday. Anybody active duty, reserve, veteran, police, fire, EMS, please be there to be on the field and be recognized by 6. Be there by around 6, but that happens at 6:30. Thank you.
Any other, don't take this as a slight, but any other public service announcements that you didn't have a chance to make? If not, we'll stand adjourned.
Made a motion.
Didn't I just make it?
I'll second.
All those in favor?